All right, good evening, everyone. I now call the City Council meeting of June 3rd to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now on item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement, which I will read aloud. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land. The land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We're now on item 3 of the agenda, roll call and City Clerk's report. City Clerk Bell, good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, May 29th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to Council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. There were updates to the presentation files for items 11A and 12A, which were also posted to the website and are available in the chambers for public viewing. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight we have 3 closed session items. The first is item 4A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, Title City Clerk. The next item is item 4B, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency Designated Representative is City Attorney Eric Kasher, and Unrepresented Employee is City Clerk. The last is item C, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code 54957.6. Agency Designated Representatives are City Manager Kelsey Young, City Attorney Eric Kasher, and HR Director Stacey Schell. Gregory Ramirez, IEDA. Employee organizations are AFSCME Local 1, Local 512, and the Pinole Police Employees Association, PPEA. We will reconvene into open session between 6:30 and 7:30 and 7 o'clock p.m. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is now 6:38 p.m. and we will reconvene the up session to the City Council meeting. Thank you. The City Council approved a 4-year extension of the City Clerk's employment agreement. Staff will prepare a contract amendment to be approved at the next City Council meeting. Moving down to item number 6, which is public comments. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Irma Ruport, Rafael Menez, and Helene Zhao.
Thank you. And quick reminder to folks that we allow up to 3 minutes per speaker to address any item not listed on the agenda, and individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And on March 4th, 2025, Council meeting agenda item 12A, a mid-year review. On the report, there was an attachment C resolution 2024-2025. I spoke that evening regarding to reclassify assistant to the city manager to communications director. I wanted an explanation and got none. On March 18, 2025, council meeting agenda item 9D, consent calendar, adopted an amended master salary schedule action. On this resolution to amend the master salary schedule, review and analysis, Personnel Rule 12, compensation employees were assigned job classifications. Resolution adopted in 30425 for mid-year, including new classification specifications. A communications director, $175,000, and IT manager, new position, $138,000. What happened is the assistant to city manager was earning $122,000, was promoted to this position, communications director. She got a $53,000 raise. According to this resolution, under the city manager's authority, for Personnel Rule 3.3, approval and amendment and revision of plan, the following classifications have been classified. On March 18, I spoke and pulled the item 9D from consent calendar and asked some questions regarding this resolution and spoke against it. After not receiving any answers, I decided to do some more research and looked up City of Pinole personnel rules adopted May 19, 2009. Here's what I found out. The Rule 12 was used, 12.7 and 3.3, and you can read it, and I disagree with this. Mayor and Council, here's my concern. The city manager, Kelsey, was hired August 2024. Why did a current employee, assistant to the city manager, which we never had a position in the city manager's department, salary $122,000, be reclassified and promoted to a new position made by city manager by the city manager to communications director for $175,000, an increase of $53,000. Were all personnel rules, procedures followed in order, justified to increase the salary, job title? Just to finish, I would certainly file the complaint and grievance to the city manager if any groups, organizations, or persons feel violated. This is so unfair and, in my opinion, does not meet any standard of equal opportunity. I do have a human resources degree. I retired from the government and used to be a chief steward in the union, and I think this is so freaking unfair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments I'd like to speak on tonight. First, the COVID-19 rates in the community have decreased as of May 24th to 1.48 per 100,000, which is a continued decline from the last time I spoke on the topic. Unfortunately, the main site that I've been getting this data from, covid.cdc.gov/COVID data tracker /pound wastewater surveillance, is going to be sunsetting shortly. They're shifting the data over to a new website, cdc.gov/nws/rv/covid19-statetrend.html. So just updating people if they want to follow up on that in the future, since I just saw this notice today. Secondly, I'd like to thank everybody that came out to join me and others at the march in Pinole a few weeks back in protest against the Trump administration's actions, the continued undermining of our constitutional system of government. I think it went pretty well. It was nonviolent, only a few hecklers and far more supporters, and we appreciated the community coming out and walking down a bit and around a bit in downtown Pinole, and some people got to step over to the farmers market as well, so that was nice in terms of economic development. I'd also like to note that there's going to be another protest in both Hercules and Pinole on June 14th, starting on, I believe, 11 a.m. in Hercules, and then shifting over at 1 p.m. to Pinole, over by the Target, then marching over to the Appian/Fitzgerald overcrossing to honor the anniversary of the founding of the Army and to basically counter protest against Trump's entirely inappropriate military parade in honor of his birthday. This country doesn't have kings. This country doesn't need kings. And I think we should protest against any attempt to create them. Finally, I'd like to note that the city's having a Juneteenth event this, I believe, Sunday, the 8th. And I'd encourage people to show up to that. The Pinole Progressive Alliance is going to be having a table there where we're going to be making some signs for future protests if people want to see that. Oh, and I also wanted to note, looping back to the thing I mentioned about the protest on the 14th, you can find more information about that at mobilize.us/L_HT2QJ, or just go to mobilize.us and look for No Kings. You'll see a bunch of protests there, including the Hercules one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public comment, please.
Helen Star Zhao.
I guess he's taller than I am. Okay, there we go. My name is Helene Zhao. I go by Star for anybody who's a friend or an acquaintance. My husband and I moved to Pinole 27 years ago. We are retired. I just turned 73. I'm on Social Security. I got a COLA, a cost of living increase of 2.5% this year. And apparently we have a new tax that's going to be imposed upon city residents and businesses of substantially more than that for this vehicle recovery fee. I understand that the garbage trucks
Sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
we were taking comments for items not on the agenda right now. I wanted to make
Oh,
sure.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, that's okay. I can hold your
I'll
card.
be glad to sit down. I'm on the.
I'll hold your card for that item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I don't have to cover that again.
No worries. Thank you for that. And City Clerk, do we have any other public comments for items not on the agenda?
There are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you. So we'll then move on to item number 7, which is reports and communications, starting with the mayor's report. So last week, Councilmember Murphy and I met for the Memorial Subcommittee meeting to discuss applications that we received, and we're happy to report out that we have recommended that the city rename the courtyard after Mr. Robert Walker, who was a treasured longtime employee here in the city of Pinole, as well as approve signage that bears his name at the facility. We also recommended that we move forward with a memorial plaque for Mr. Walker in Pinole Valley. In consultation with City Manager, we hope to see these come back to Council for consideration on June 17th. And so we thank the applicants for their efforts, as well as advocacy from our employees. At the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission meeting, where I serve as Pinole's delegate, we approved a resolution authored by our Vice Chair, Rebecca Saltzman, to urge our state legislators to support public transit funding here in our region and in the Bay Area in the face of budget difficulties. And I'll be requesting a similar resolution here in the City Council tonight. And lastly, I'll invite folks to our Pride Juneteenth event here at Fernandez Park at noon on Sunday, June 9th. I'll be there and hope to see you all there as well. So that concludes my report. Next item is item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We have none, so we will move to item 7C, City Council Committee reports and communications, and we'll start with Councilor Thomas.
Thank you. Last week, I attended the funeral services for our former supervisor, District 5, Federal Glover. He represented a portion of Pinole until the redistricting in 2020. It's very notable about the, the volunteerism and the work that he did for our county, especially around transportation. So I just wanted to recognize that. And then I also wanted to announce that City is working on hosting part of the Special Olympics Torch Run on June 25th. It will be traveling from Hercules to Pinole and then on to San Pablo. So if folks want to come out and support the athletes and the Torch Run officers, it'll be about 8:45 that there will be an exchange out here on the corner of Tennant and San Pablo Avenue. And again, that's June 25th at about 8:45. And that's the end of my report.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Pinoleans. I'm excited to share a brief update on my recent activities and the work being done on behalf of our community. First, I had the pleasure last Saturday of attending Fish Migration Day. It was an incredible event celebrating our local ecosystems and environmental stewardship. I was honored to deliver a speech and spotlight the collaborative work being done by the Contra Costa Flood District, Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, the East Bay Municipal Utility District, Contra Costa County, and many other partners. Events like this truly do remind us of how crucial it is to both nurture both our environment and the partnerships that support it. And we're so lucky here in Pinole to have the Pinole Creek Watershed, which is such a critical treasure of our community. So really great event. It was great to also join Supervisor Joya as well as Councilmember Martinez Rubin in delivering some remarks. This week, I also participated in the West Contra Costa Unified School District Systems Change Collaborative. I serve as the city representative for Pinole. This meeting brings together educators, community leaders, and stakeholders to focus on West Contra Costa's community schools ecosystem. This week, we covered key updates, including the upcoming budget adoption that's happening tomorrow night for the school district. Also, another busy night is tomorrow is also the announcement of a new superintendent of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And of course, we also discussed planned campus closures this summer due to construction. Pinole luckily will not be affected to any of the closures of the schools. The schools are just being closed largely because of construction, but we may see an influx of students and families in our communities, hopefully also shopping in Pinole in our community for the summer due to the summer closures of some of the schools in our district, specifically in Richmond and El Cerrito. So I just wanted to note that to the community, and also, again, we continue to use the space as a way to kind of think about creative ways to improve our district. I also wanted to note that during the committee updates, for the collaborative, we also did compile some feedback around our work in this last year. Both the interim superintendent as well as Contra Costa County Supervisor John Joya chair the collaborative, and so in this next year, our goal is really to shape the collaborative structure with a new superintendent, and also think about ways again to deal with some of the budget cutbacks that the school district is dealing with right now. It is fire season. Residents in Pinole, you probably have received some type of information from our city or our Contra Costa Fire Protection District, which is a partner of ours, as we think about ways to make sure that we keep our city fire wise and fire safe. Today, I'm really excited and pleased to share that Copter 1, our contracted aerial firefighter helicopter, is now active for the 2025 wildfire season. It will support daylight missions across Contra Costa County, including right here in Pinole, throughout October, with a possible extension depending on the weather. Copter 1 can drop up to 300 gallons of water and refill quickly from open sources. It will be staffed daily with a pilot and a Contra Costa Fire District officer to coordinate with ground crews. And this program is actually funded by PG&E as well as the Contra Costa Fire Protection District. So we obviously, as a partner of that district, get to benefit from this if anything were to happen in Pinole. But I just wanted to share that out with the community, and also thank the Contra Costa Fire District staff, the county staff, and of course PG&E for making this asset available to protect our communities. As always, I love to give a report about some of the committees I serve on as well as I represent Pinole. And so in the energy space, I did recently attend our MCE meeting where we talked and discussed about customer programs and a major opportunity that can benefit our city itself. There is a $250,000 initiative to support non-residential municipal energy storage projects. Our goal is to have one in each county. We're engaging and encouraging interested Pinole partners, including our city, to get involved. And of course, more information will also be discussed at our upcoming technical committee this Friday. If you're interested, please visit mcecleanenergy.org. That's where you can get all the information about the board meetings as well as minutes from previous meetings. In the past few weeks, I also represented Pinole at the East Bay Economic Development Alliance Economic Outlook and Membership Meeting. This one was hosted at San Ramon Community Center and presented by Bank of America. It was a packed agenda. We heard from Alexander Quinn, who shared data on the East Bay real estate market and regional economic trends, as well as the Deputy Secretary for State's Labor and Workforce Development Agency, who essentially discussed a lot about in-demand skills and employment sectors, specifically in Contra Costa and Alameda counties. With that, we also had, following that membership meeting for a larger membership, we also had our board of directors meetings for the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, where we did discuss our board meeting minutes and a formation of an ad hoc legislative and policy committee that would essentially review and take positions on bills that are happening right now in the state legislature. Highlight of the day really included for that meeting, outside of the policy committee, a presentation from the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, which examined the impacts and kind of gave a lot of research insights about the impacts of artificial intelligence on workers in low and moderate income households. Great presentation, very timely, and again provided insights on how AI is reshaping job opportunities, especially for communities like ours in Pinole. So lastly, I just wanted to, on that point, also recognize our Community Development Director, Lily Whalen, for her continued work with the East Bay Economic Development Alliance Economic Development Directors Council. Her involvement continues to ensure Pinole's at the table and a voice is a part of our critical regional conversations. And so just wanted to thank our staff and all of the folks who are part of that, and Director Whalen, thank you for your continued engagement and support. And thank you to the public for letting me serve you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Sasai. Two events that I attended since we last met in council. One of them was, along with Councilmember Toms, attending Supervisor Glover's memorial that was held at Bay Church in Concord. And one takeaway from seeing the crowd that gathered there and all the speeches that were made was the importance of representatives helping foster and develop projects that have an enduring effect and positive consequences for all of the people that they represent. In this case, we were reminded that if any one of us drives Highway 4, and some of you recall that I think that was a two-way lane at one time, its expansion and the creation of barriers to make it safe had something, Supervisor Glover had something to do with that. So I personally know the importance of safety on that road and thank him for that. Additional to that, I attended the Fish Migration Day. And why, might you ask, is a Fish Migration Day important? It's because it is a reminder to us all that one of the treasures that we have here and one of the natural assets that Pinole enjoys is the watershed that we share across not only Pinole's jurisdiction, but into county area beyond Pinole Valley Road going south. And on the Pinole Creek live hundreds of creatures that we share the earth with. And I had the privilege of talking about an initiative that I was part of back in 2019 through 2022 or so. In that time, a number of organizations that were represented at Fish Migration Day on Saturday took part in what was spearheaded or brought, the organization that brought us together was an initiative of the American Geophysical Union, and Thriving Earth Exchange is that initiative, and it's an international collection of scientists and community science interns that work locally to try to create projects that have enduring effects and that benefit the environment. So I had the privilege of being part of that as the city council liaison during those years. Fast forward from 2019, when we started gathering locally to meet about a project that would become a litter assessment project here in Pinole, and eventually informed the creation of an ordinance that council eventually adopted in 2024, and that took effect in January of this year. So for those of you who may be unaware, I know that you probably have been noticing that our local retailers are now providing, other than plastic bags, largely due, or partly due, some of them started earlier than the ordinance was into effect, but due to the interest in reduction of plastics, which was one of the types of, I was going to say items or substances that don't belong in a creek or don't belong in our bays and have deleterious effects for everyone, including humans. And so the assessment informed the ordinance that went into effect this year and is going to be enforced starting July 1st. If you visit the city's website and search for Pinole single-use plastic reduction, then you can see the information that's there that helped or develop this ordinance and why, and the very simple reason of why it is to reduce plastic pollution, improve environmental health, and reduce waste in landfills by limiting single-use plastics in food service and retail. And our staff is going to continue offering support and technical assistance to retailers to make it more feasible for them to adopt other than plastic bags and plastic foodware. So thank you in advance for your participation. When you carry your linen and paper bags and your multiple-use beverage holders, you are doing what we think is important for everyone here in Pinole and beyond. That is it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now on to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Do we have any from the council?
Through the mayor, we do have a public comment card from Rafael Menez
thank
for
you.
the last item.
It's for item 7C, correct? Okay.
7A.
Sure, this is a pretty brief comment. Just wanted to mention, because I went ahead and double checked on the city's website, the Juneteenth event is on Sunday, June 8th, not June 9th. That's all.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, any other public comments?
No other comments.
Right, again to item 7D, any requests from the council for future agenda items? All right, as mentioned, I do have two. The first is a resolution to support public transit funding and Senate Bill 63, which will authorize a multi-county transit ballot measure to support public transit.
A second.
All right, sounds good. Any discussion from the council? If not, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms, Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The second and last one is a resolution and letter of support for Assembly Bill 1388, Brian, which prohibits the use of settlement agreements in California.
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, but I'm not sure if this is the time. Prohibits the use of settlement agreements is very broad.
Yeah.
Can someone offer an explanation of what that means and implications here in Pinole?
Sure. Settlement agreements under this bill defines it as a practice that intentionally hides, destroys, or conceals officer misconduct reports from other agencies. And happy to bring back more information when the resolution.
If it's an item for discussion,
Yes.
yes. So we
Yes.
can learn more about what this means and indeed the implications of it here in Pinole.
Sounds good. All right. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms, Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Just want to thank City Manager Young, City Attorney Casher, and Chief Levin for having that conversation with us yesterday about this item. Next, we'll go to item 7E, City Manager's Report. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mine are fairly short. I just wanted to let everybody know that summer camps and the swim center is going to be open for summer programming starting Monday, June 16th. So hope to see your support there. I also just want to say a big thank you to staff for all their really hard work over this last little while on getting, we're going to be actually able to present a balanced budget tonight, which in this current time period is pretty rare. So that was a huge lift from staff. I want to say thank you, and a special thank you to Director Guillory. So thank you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Item 7F, City Attorney's Report. Mr. Casher.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Right, thank you. City Clerk, checking for any public comments on those items.
No comments.
Right, if not, we will move on to item 8, proclamations. We'll start with item 8A, which is Juneteenth. And we'll read it as a council and note that we'll be giving out these proclamations to community recipients at these events that we're having this month. Right. Juneteenth, June 19, 2025. Whereas now I've been free, I know what a dreadful condition slavery is. I have seen hundreds of escaped slaves, but I've never saw one who was willing to go back and be a slave. Harriet Tubman. Whereas America does not only celebrate our independence on July 4th, Juneteenth, officially Juneteenth National Independence Day, and also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, and Black Independence Day is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. And
Whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of the Civil War and the insidious institution of slavery. Thousands of enslaved people in Texas, among the last to learn of their independence, tasted hard-won freedom for the first time, almost 2.5 years later, after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And
whereas the day was recognized as a federal holiday on June 7th, 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, making it the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. And
whereas today, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement, as it is a time for reflection and rejoicing, and a time for assessment, self-improvement, and planning for the future. And whereas during this time, the nation celebrates the accomplishments, inventions, triumphs, and resiliency of African American people in this country. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolition of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And
whereas General Granger's announcement called for absolute equality, we know that such a vision was far from complete back then as it is today. We celebrate how far we have come and take stock of how far we must go. And whereas 2025 marks 160 years of freedom celebrations, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day marked with celebrations and family gatherings, and is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning for the future.
now therefore I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Pinole, and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States and our city. Happy Juneteenth. All right, on to the next proclamation, which is LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 2025. Whereas in June 1969, a courageous group of Americans rose up to protest the violence and marginalization they faced in what became known as the Stonewall Uprising. And whereas police had raided the Stonewall in a gay bar located in New York City, and for the next 6 days, they clashed with LGBTQ plus protesters who bravely stood their ground. Their courage sparked the civil rights movement for the liberation of the LGBTQ plus community and change our nation forever. And
whereas by the time the Stonewall riots ended on July 2nd, 1969, the gay rights movement went from being a fringe issue, largely ignored by politicians and the media, to front-page news worldwide. And
whereas Pride is a celebration of generations of LGBTQ plus people who have fought bravely to live openly and authentically, and whereas the City of Pinole feels it is important to communicate its support for inclusivity and respect in our city, and desires to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And
Whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s and is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ people in society. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and LGBTQ plus individuals have had immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus people in our diverse community. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the City of Pinole's LGBTQ plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim June 2025 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Pinole, and call upon the residents of Pinole to support the equal rights of all citizens. Happy Pride Month. Right, thank you. Our last proclamation for this evening is Philippine Independence Day, June 12, 2025. Whereas the Philippines, consisting of more than 7,000 separate islands in the Western Pacific, was colonized by the Spanish in the latter part of the 16th century, and whereas opposition to Spanish rule began among Filipino priests who resented Spanish domination of the Roman Catholic churches in the island, and whereas in the late 19th century, Filipino intellectuals and the middle class began calling for independence, and whereas June 12 marks the day the Philippines gained independence from Spain after being under its colonial rule for 4 centuries, and
whereas the Philippines found itself under another rule less than a year after declaring its independence. The Philippines was given to the United States by Spain as part of the 1898 Treaty of Paris Agreement when it lost the war against the U.S. And whereas the refusal to acknowledge the Philippines' Declaration of Independence pushed Filipinos to revolt against the U.S., triggering the Philippine-American War that went on from 1899 to 1902, and
Whereas it was only on July 4th, 1946, that the Philippines gained sovereignty through the Treaty of Manila. This prompted Filipinos to celebrate the country's independence on that date, which continued annually for 15 years until Philippine President Diosdado Macapagal officially changed the date back to June 12th. And
whereas this year, the Philippines will mark its 126th year of independence from Spanish rule with the theme Kalayaan, which means freedom or liberty in Tagalog. And whereas Filipino Americans have contributed to the advancement of the city, state, and county, and
whereas Benjamin Reyes II, former Pinole City Attorney, was appointed as the first Filipino-American judge in Contra Costa County, and whereas in December 2022, Cameron Sasai was elected to serve on the Pinole City Council, and in December 2024, he was appointed as the mayor, making him the first Filipino-American to serve on the City Council and mayor since the city's founding.
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 12, 2025 as Philippine Independence Day in the City of Pinole, and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that Filipino Americans have played in the history of the United States and our city. Happy Philippine Independence Day. All right, that concludes our proclamations for this evening. Just checking City Clerk Bill, do we have any public comments on this item?
No comments.
All right. For item 8B, we do not have any presentations on the agenda, so we will now move to item 9, the consent calendar. City Clerk, any public comments on this item on consent?
Looks like Rafael Menes. He will be speaking on item, it looks like 9D and 9F.
Correct. So good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. I submitted these questions in writing before the council meeting. So staff has access to them, and I've already gotten responses from some of them from Director Gilroy. I appreciate that. And if the mayor wishes, he could probably direct Director Gilroy to provide those responses spoken here. On item 9D, on page number 66, Q3 property tax is substantially lower than in prior years. I was curious as to why. All the tables in item 9D were flagged in my PDF reader as having AI-generated content that may be incorrect. Is the city using AI to generate its charts? If so, what measures are taken to ensure accuracy? On page 69, Q3 waste franchise tax is less than prior years. Is this because of the timing of the agreement negotiation or for other reasons? On page 70, it looks as though transient occupancy tax is dropping sharply this year. Does the city expect this trend will continue over the next fiscal year? On page 81, the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund has a revenue of 117% of the amended budget. Why? Also on page 81, the NPDES Stormwater Fund has a revenue of $147 or 0% of the amended budget. Says there should have been payments in December and April. Is there an error here, or did the city not get those payments? And then with regards to item, which was it? That's 10A. That's E. Yes, item 9F with regards to the reserve adjustments. I noted that staff stated that the recommendation was to set aside funds to begin pre-funding other post-employment benefits, as you can see by reference to page 102 of the agenda packet. And this comment I didn't send it in writing in advance because I thought of it after I sent in those messages. But basically, given that the primary use of the transfers for the Section 115 trust has been to offset the city's pension costs, to what extent is the Section 115 trust going to be sustainable if it also needs to cover the city's other post-employment benefit costs as well as the pension costs? That's my main question on that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you can copy me on your emails to staff, happy to follow up on those inquiries. Next public comment, please.
There are no more public comments.
All right, sounds good. We'll bring it back to council. Do we have any members who wish to pull items, make a comment or a motion?
Mayor, I was hoping if we can come back to item 9F after our conversation around the budget. Otherwise, to continue that item to the next meeting.
Thank you. Checking with city manager and city attorney, any time constraints that we have to consider for that?
Through the chair, no, we can approve it, or we can move it to the next meeting if that's the preference of the council.
Okay, sounds good. That's item 9F. Any other items to be pulled? Or if not, any motions?
I'll move approval of 9A, B, C, D, E, G, H, and that's it.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any public comments?
Do we need a motion to continue item F?
Oh, yeah, so
Okay,
moved. I
great.
guess I didn't make an official
I'll
motion. I'll move the item to, I guess I'll move it to the end of the meeting before we, do you want to do the end of the meeting before we, or do you just want to continue it to the next item?
Did you want to, did you need
the
to
next meeting.
continue it till the next meeting?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, let's do that then.
Right, sounds good. That's a motion.
And I'll second.
Right. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Any other motions of the council? If not, we'll move on to item 10, public hearings, and we'll have two items we'll be hearing today. The first is item 10A, which is the first read of AB 481 regarding military use equipment, and I'll pass it over to Commander Crone. Good evening.
All right, I think we're here, huh? All right. Good evening, council, mayor, staff, and public. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening, present this item before you. I'm here with our chief, Chief Clavoon. So we'll get right into it. This presentation is for public hearing, as well as public comment and feedback regarding the Pinole Police Department's military use equipment policy that falls under California Assembly Bill 481. Next slide, please. Just a brief history. This is now, I think, our third year in going through this process. So AB 481 was sponsored in the by Assemblymember Chu, approved by Governor Newsom in 2021. The city of Pinole, along with the Pinole Police Department, first had its first approved policy under this law in May of 2022. This requires that law enforcement's governing body review and approve any use, acquisition, and use of any equipment that falls under AB 481 that's classified as military equipment. Next slide, please. Under AB 481, the department is required to create a policy that governs that use. The Pinole Police Department's policy is policy 707. It falls under, within the requirements of Government Code 770, 771, and 772. From its inception, and we continue to do so as we work with Lexipol to create a policy, create and maintain a policy that not only complies with the law, but also is applicable to California as it relates to our particular region and within the needs and desires of our community. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of the Pinole Police Department policy. It provides definitions for what military equipment is, what our policy is and potential policy violations, what that would look like, the military equipment coordinator and duties. So in other words, what are our responsibilities internally within the department, our inventory, how do we account for that and report that, the approval of the policy, how do we coordinate with other agencies, both in receiving and providing mutual aid support using this type of equipment, guidelines for our annual report, as well as community engagement. Next page, please. Thank you. So this is kind of the meat and potatoes of the policy as it relates to what is military use equipment and what equipment does the Pinole Police Department possess. So here you can see the mine-resistant ambush protection vehicle is often it's referred to as an MRAP. The Pinole Police Department does have one of those vehicles. It's an emergency rescue vehicle. Unmanned or remotely piloted powered ground vehicles. We do have it's called an iRobot PackBot, which is a remotely controlled tethered robot. We have a command and control vehicle, which is a 16-foot trailer. We do have semi-automatic rifles and ammunition, a Colt AR-15 platform. You'll see a little asterisk there. This is actually not required under AB 481, but this is something that from our inception with AB 481 is we've reported this out in the spirit of transparency. Also, pepper ball launcher and projectiles. We use the FN 303 Mark II launcher, and then less lethal shotgun beanbag projectiles with the Remington 870 shotgun. What appears to also to be missing in section 2, which we do have, and it's further in the report, is our UAS drone, which also falls under that category. The approval and implementation timeline. So in April 12th, or on April 12th, we conducted our audit, which examines all of our uses of military use equipment throughout this annual report year. as well as use of inventory and current stock inventory. On April 22nd, we published our policy and annual report as per the guidelines under AB 481. And then June 3rd, we're here today for the public hearing and to review the annual report and ordinance. And then we're scheduled for June 17th, the next council meeting, to have the second reading and approval of the ordinance. In the annual report that was included in your packet as well as published to the website, contains a summary of how the military use equipment was used, a summary of any complaints or concerns, a result of our audits and any violations of military equipment, the cost of the equipment, maintenance and upgrades, and including what those maintenance and upgrades were, our current inventory, as well as projected acquisitions for the 25-26 rotation. Next slide, please. In this last year, we performed maintenance to our AR-15 patrol rifles, which is normal routine maintenance that was performed. We acquired additional ammunition that represents basically a replacement of our training ammunition that when we conduct training for our officers. Same goes for the FN 303 launcher and projectiles that are used for replacement during training. And we also conducted a windshield repair on our ERV so that it maintained visibility for our operators to replace the to repair the ballistic glass. Next slide, please. For training, the department officer range training is conducted on a periodic basis, as well as the FN 303 launcher. The MRAP, ERV, we conduct regular officer orientation training and driver training to that vehicle. And then our UAS program, this is something that we spent a considerable amount of time this year. And we have now 5 operators, the California Post certified as a UAS operator. That required them attending a California Post certified operator school, as well as attending a school and licensing to obtain their FAA certification. Next slide. So for events and incident use, this year we had 9 community events that we participated in, as you can see there. And the use of the equipment that falls under this policy was our ERV and command post. You often see the command post at regular events. We use that to provide a place for immediate first aid. We applied a cooling station, as well as equipment and resources for the community, as well as our officers. We had multiple incidents involving the use of our equipment. This year happened to be limited all to the UAS, or to our drone. We received mutual aid in 3 incidents, and this was right as we were transitioning and getting our officers up to speed and licensed. We had 3 incidents in which we received mutual aid support. Once we had our program up and running, we've provided 12 incidents of mutual aid support to surrounding agencies, which has been much appreciated, and it's really nice to be able to have this type of equipment that we can now help our neighbors and be a resource to them. And then we had 15 incidents in which we deployed a drone to help officers and to provide public safety here in Pinole in this last year. Community complaints, concerns, or violations. We did not have any violations of our policy this year. We did not receive any formal complaints or concerns. As stated in previous years, we often have people that ask about our equipment when they see it out and about, and we're at community events, and it gives us an opportunity to engage with the community and talk to them and explain what that is, and to hear their thoughts on it. So it's really been a positive thing this year, and we've received nothing but positive feedback, especially regarding the UAS drone and its capabilities, and really some of the things we've been able to do by deploying it. Next slide, please. So the projected military equipment for this coming rotation. So we project purchasing ammunition for our patrol rifles. We estimate that to be about $4,000. Replacement of projectiles for our launcher, which is about $1,400. I'm going to come back to the drone here in a second, and then we estimate spending about $9,300 on upgrading our current AR-15 platform. That's to replace a couple things. One is our front sights for low light capabilities, so that our officers in a low light, which oftentimes incidents happen in that type of environment, will allow them to more easily acquire what they need to do during an incident. And then also to fully replace the lighting platform on those as they've reached the end of life, and now we're into a place where we're having to repair them on a regular basis. We are requesting approval to purchase one additional drone. We currently have two. The additional drone is of the same make and model, the exact same make and models we currently have. One of the things that we've noticed is as we've ramped up this program is having equipment available and ready to go for training is really important. At the same time, being able to have equipment out in the field that can be deployed. Also, if during a major incident, the effective flight time of a drone is about 30 minutes. And if it's a sustained incident, then rotating drones becomes essential in order to keep that surveillance going. And having a third drone will allow us to keep that rotation going. So that's why we're requesting. All of these expenditures would take place within the existing budget allocation. It would not require or would not trigger a fiscal impact. Next slide, please. So findings to be made by council on the June 17th hearing would be military equipment is necessary because there are no reasonable alternative. The proposed military equipment and policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The equipment is cost effective compared to available alternatives, and prior military equipment use has complied with policies that is in effect. The next quote. And now we are available for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Commander Crone, for the presentation, for being here. Start with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin with questions for staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander Crone, for your presentation. I've been hearing this for, since you started. So 3 years now, did you say?
Yeah, this is our third year. Okay,
so I just picked up on something, and I just want to, a bit of clarification. The presentation today on the policy refers as well to, it's a policy by ordinance. And so in the time that I've been on council, I've been also learning about ordinances. And so I just looked up the ordinance itself. So for informational purposes, it's chapter 2.60 of our municipal code, if anybody wanted to look that up. But essentially what you present today is a more comprehensive presentation of what the policy is. So thank you for that. Question to you, what happens to equipment that is no longer usable, if there is any?
Yes, no, it's a great question. So, so typically, if equipment has failed, then it's destroyed. So depending on what that is. So if for example, if a drone is no longer usable, then typically that would be a failed piece of equipment and would be destroyed. So it kind of depends on what that equipment is, depending on how we would dispose of that.
Okay, so the ones that I am, and pardon my familiarity with such equipment comes from watching television serials. And so I know that there's great exaggeration in those, but I imagine that some of the more, I don't want to say lethal, but perhaps more accessible, that end up in hands that aren't meant to, for the equipment to be used safely or for the public safety, are the shotguns, the semi-automatic rifles, and the ammunition. So those are the types of pieces of equipment, if they are in the department at all, after they're determined to not be useful. I imagine they're not. So that's what I'm wondering. Where do they end up? They don't end up in a landfill, I imagine. So how are they destroyed? And this is just for educational
Yeah,
purposes.
no, great question. Great question. So our rifles can only be possessed by law enforcement agencies. So they cannot be sold to anything other than a law enforcement agency. Typically, when whether it's rifle or shotgun reaches its end of service life, they will be destroyed. So the receiver will be cut and they will be destroyed, and then everything's logged and then accounted for. So it doesn't typically, once it's reached its end of service life, it does not have a life after that.
Use an expression, the receiver will be cut. Beyond you, I'm looking at people who are into recyclables. So we're not talking about recycling these pieces of equipment. We're talking about complete destruction.
Yeah, so the functional part of the firearm is destroyed. So it cannot be used, recycled, or otherwise. There are certain, like some of the metal in the barrel or other components of the gun that cannot be used as a firearm anymore, can be smelted down and recycled and that type of thing. But the thing that makes a firearm a thing is destroyed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just thank you for the presentation. I think that after 3 years we're getting pretty good at running through this, so thank you for that. The question I had was, and this is something that I know I've experienced, where 7 o'clock at night, I'm putting my trash out and I see something flying around and immediately go into, what is that? Where is it coming from? My question is does Pinole in general know that we have drones? Has any communication went out to the public to make them aware that yes, we do have drones, and if you do see them, please don't throw things at them or anything like that. Just, we saw what happened on the East Coast where people were really getting panicky, and then the news and social media takes off. What efforts has the police department done to communicate that to the public, and what to expect from drone flight?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, it's a great question. So in addition to these hearings that we've held and made it public, we've also publicized, through our social media channels or whatever, that we do have that capability. We're often reluctant to advertise that at the time of an incident, that we may be deploying that based on the particulars of that incident. In appropriate times, we'll do that afterwards and say that the use of the UAS was helpful in locating somebody or helping a scene stay safe. So that's the extent of publicity that we've done, so to speak, at this time.
I guess one more question is, if it's not police drone, then that means it might be someone. Is there a notification system that the public can go to if somebody is flying a drone that may not or shouldn't be flying a drone?
Yeah, they can notify us,
Okay.
Which sometimes is helpful for us to know that, right? Because we don't always know. And then the FAA has a mechanism in which if people believe it's an unauthorized flight, that they can report that through the FAA.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up question to that, for folks who want to report drones, they may not be aware of who that's coming from, do you recommend 911 or just a general Pinole police number? Or can you just...
No, great question, Mayor. Just regular non-emergency line, please.
Can you remind us, the public, what that is, just so we can jot it down?
Yeah, I think it's 510-724-1111. Thank you.
1111.
I got about 5 different numbers in my head, so make sure I pick. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll go to Councilmember Murphy for questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Commander Crone. Good to see you. I just have a couple questions. My first is just being a stickler. Your report looks great. Can we add the city seal in your report? The presentation that you're providing, not the presentation here, but the report that's going to be sent over. I know you have the wonderful Pinole Police Department logo, but if we can just add that city seal, that would be great. I do know that you served as our program coordinator and compliance officer for AB 481 over the last 3 years. Should we expect you to continue in that role? I guess that's a question for you or the chief of police.
Yes, absolutely. The Commander Crone is our operations commander, and so the commander that's in that role will be assigned as our 481 coordinator as well. So as long as Commander Crone is in there, he will be serving in that capacity, or any commander who is overseeing our operations side. Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. And just want to again commend you on the level of detail your presentations have had, especially the additional level of transparency you've had. Like we've referenced the asterisk conversation a couple of times, so just want to commend you on that. My only other question is, you said that there have not been any in your audit process. There have never been any formal complaints.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Can you explain what is the formal process for residents to file complaints if there were any moving forward?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a great question. So we have process multiple ways in which a citizen can lodge a formal complaint. They can do that by contacting our watch commander, which is typically a sergeant. So they can speak to a sergeant over the phone and express their concerns. Oftentimes we'll ask at that time if it's something that they want to, excuse me, I'm recovering. If that's something that they want to make a formal complaint, in other words, they have a substantial concern that the watch commander is not able to alleviate their concerns, if that makes sense. Or they can contact the police department via our website, and they can fill out the form there, and they can send that in to us. We're also working on a way in which we can have that automated on our website. So we're in the middle of that.
Okay.
I don't have an exact timeline on that, but we are working on it to make that easier. So they don't have to fill out a form. If that makes sense, they can fill out the form on the website.
Gotcha.
Fillable, yeah. And then they can also come to the police department, in which we have those forms available to them.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Toms.
Yes, thank you for the report. I have a question regarding the MRAP. I did hear about an incident that happened in Terra Hills just in the last week, where there was what was described as an MRAP, and I understand that it may not have been ours.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm kind of wondering, regionally, what other agencies have that kind of equipment?
Sure, I can answer that. So the armored vehicles that could be considered, they're not always an MRAP. The only armored vehicle that exists on the west end of the county is the MRAP that the Pinole Police Department has. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Office has 2 Bearcats, which are also armored vehicles. They are on a Ford, I believe it's a 550 platform. So they are not, although they fall under the category of military equipment per the government code, they are not a true piece of military equipment. And then there are a couple of agencies, police departments on the east end of the county that also have armored vehicles.
Okay, so if it were necessary, our equipment could be loaned out to other agencies in the event of an emergency or an incident that required it.
Correct, through a mutual aid request, yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I had. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. So we will go ahead and open public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. This is a relatively brief question. I went ahead and emailed this one in advance as well. On page 188 of the agenda packet, the public hearing notice, it states that, where was it? Yes, copies of the text of the proposed ordinance will be available for public review as part of the City Council agenda and meeting packet no later than May 13th, 2025 at 5 p.m. But I don't think this particular agenda packet was posted before, I want to say May 28th. 8th, so the past Thursday. So I'm curious whether that's just a typographical error or whether there was something that was posted on the 13th and I just haven't seen it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Bring it back for council comments or motions.
Can we just clarify that that public comment around is it city clerk?
I believe the public hearing was moved, and that could have just been an oversight in that piece, but I'm looking at staff to see if we have any other clarification. That might have been an earlier posted date, but the ordinance was available for this meeting, and it was available on this past Thursday, and it's available now on the website. That was just a draft ordinance, and we'll have this item will be coming back again on June 17th for further review.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Comments from council? Motions?
I'm not sure what the motion has to be, but I move that in. I'm not sure that, do we need a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the approval of the 2024-2025.
Do we need a motion?
Are you asking the mayor?
No, I'm asking city attorney.
There's a recommendation.
There's a recommendation.
Yeah, so I'd go with the recommendation. This is the first read, so it will come back on second read for formal adoption of the ordinance, but
There's a recommendation here.
yeah, I'd follow the recommendation. Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry, please proceed, Councilmember Murphy. Hope that answers your question.
No, I still don't know whether we.
Yes,
need
we
a
would like a
or not.
motion. Thank you. Yes.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll move that we review and approve the 2024-2025 Pinole Police Department Annual Military Equipment Report and waive the full reading and introduce by title only an ordinance approving and readopting the military use policy as stated in Chapter 2.60 Military Equipment Policy of the Pinole City Municipal Code in compliance with AB 481.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, sounds great. Any comments or discussion on the motion? I'll note that my position on this has stayed consistent over the past few years, but I thank PD for their hard work, and we'll vote in respectful opposition. So, City Clerk, please call roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
No.
Motion carries.
Any other motions of the council or comments? If not, that does it for item 10A. We'll proceed to item 10B, which is approval of increase to waste collection rates, Prop 218, and I will pass it over to our city manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I would like to introduce Scott Hannon, who is going to be giving a presentation about the rate increase as well as Prop 218. He's also going to be in this presentation discussing item 12, which is about the franchise agreement. So this is going to be a presentation that covers both, and then we'll be moving on to the public hearing. I do want to be very clear that the public hearing will be about the collection rates themselves, and the item 12 is going to be about the contract and side letter. Thank you.
And a question of the mayor, is it possible that we take item 12 directly after this item so that we're talking about solid waste items one after the other?
Gotcha. This is item 12A, to the resolution authorizing city manager to execute the
Correct.
solid waste franchise agreement. City attorney, city manager, clerk, any concerns with that, or is that appropriate?
Through the chair, so the first item, 10B, is a public hearing, so as long as we conduct the public hearing on item 10B first, then we could...
Pick up 12A right after.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, thank you for the suggestion. All right, any other info? If not, we'll pass it along to...
Thanks. I don't know if someone's doing...
Yes, well, we can have your presentation loaded, and then you can just say next slide, and we'll
Okay.
advance it for you.
Great.
Here it comes. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor and city council members, it's nice to be here. Thank you. I'm Scott Hannon, a principal with R3 Consulting. I've been there for about 3.5 years, and I just wanted to share a Cliff Notes version of my background because it's relative to the presentation. Prior to R3 and a very brief retirement, I was the city manager of El Cerrito for almost 18 years. And prior to that, I was the executive director of Recycle More. And right around that time is when this agreement was executed. So I never imagined, frankly, I would be here 25 years later discussing the next one. But I just wanted to give you some context that I've been in West County and been involved in this issue for roughly 25 years now. Having said that, the agreement that you're going to consider later and the public hearing we're talking about now, I wanted to mention that San Pablo and Hercules have both done this ahead of you. And my understanding is Richmond is going next week or the following week. So all of the 4 Republic West County cities are sort of in lockstep, so to speak. And then hopefully Recycle More will come soon after on the post-collection side. So the next slide, just briefly, I'm going to talk a little bit about the background and the negotiation process, key terms in the new agreement, which, as the city manager said, is the next item, the franchise fee study that was in your packet, and their resultant rates for that would be implemented as part of the new collection agreement, and the recommendations that you have before you today. Next slide. So as I already had mentioned, the current agreement expires at the end of the month and has been in place for 25 years, since 2001. And I want to point out, I know there's a lot of background around Recycle More and post-collection. We are only talking about the collection side tonight. Where the material goes after it's collected is outside of the scope of this agreement. And the post-collection agreement with that Recycle More typically oversees is also up for renewal at the same time. So the purpose way back when was that all of the collection agreements and post-collection agreements would expire at the same time, and the cities and the member agencies would have the option at that time on how they wanted to participate going forward. And regarding our franchise fee study, current law, Propositions 26, particularly 218, and recent litigation is prompting cities to do these sorts of studies. Our firm has done somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 dozen of these all over California. In terms of the agreement, the relationship with the Republic, there's actually a new agreement will extend out till it will expire on June 30th. But July 1st, 2040, you would be out of this current agreement. As part of this agreement, after tonight, presumably, you'll have 18 months before the next potential rate increase. The rate adjustments in the future are all tied to a sub-index of the CPI, which I'll talk about in a second. One notable change, I should say in background, most of the services are going to remain almost exactly as you have now. But in addition, single-family homes will get a second on-call bulky good pickup. And of note, one of the big differences between this agreement and the prior one is you'll be in full what's SB 1383 compliance, which is the state law governing largely organics collection. And related to that, Republic will provide the city with 1,000 to 2,000 tons of compost or mulch annually for use in city parks and city facilities, and then ultimately also for the public. Under this new agreement, Republic will now also assist the city and the Public Works Department with abandoned waste removal. So they'll be working together so Republic can assist and help support the efforts of getting that stuff picked up quickly. You'll also be setting tonight the industrial rates for the first time, which were unregulated in the past. The index that will govern the rate setting going forward is, we refer to it as the Water Sewer Trash Index, which is a sub-index of the CPI that more closely targets expenses associated with the solid waste, water, more capital-intensive industries than the general CPI. It's also more stable than the CPI. Related to the index, there will be a 5% cap on rate increases in case there was any spikes in the indexes, and any overage of the 5% would roll forward if there's a gap in future years. Additionally, Republic is reimbursing the city for our consultant costs and part of the city attorney's time in developing the agreement and negotiating the agreement. In terms of the franchise fee study, I typically hate to put this many words on a PowerPoint, and I won't read them to you, but there's three specific things that we looked at in the franchise fee study. The first is the city's cost, that when you have your franchise fee, it has to have a nexus, and this is basically your nexus study with the costs associated with where the fee is getting collected. And so this first bullet is around the city's expenses associated with managing the franchise agreement and any other aspects related to solid waste. It could be cleaning up after city events, cleaning catch basins, extra street sweeping, any form of cleanup, abandoned waste cleanup, illegal dumping, all of that is part of the solid waste system. So if you saw in the report, the city expenses associated with those activities go towards justifying the reason for having a franchise fee. The second part of the report that we looked at is related to the use of the public right-of-way. That's for both the trucks using the public right-of-way as part of the franchise, as well as placing the carts out on the street. In the report, you could see we have a methodology. It's almost, describe it as almost like mini encroachment permits. And our methodology has been used in significant number of jurisdictions. So you take those two pieces, the city costs and the use of government property, and that gives you the justification for the franchise fee. The third piece are the annual costs of pavement repair, maintenance, and rehabilitation. That our methodology is designed to get to the impact on the city streets caused by the refuse vehicles. They are typically the largest and the most frequent users, particularly on the residential streets. But between all the different sectors of refuse, recycling, organics vehicles roaming the city streets, there is a significant impact to your infrastructure associated with it. And so that's where we identified the pavement impacts associated with their collection vehicles. So on the next page, next slide, your franchise fee has been in the neighborhood of $432,000 annually. Our study justifies that amount. Those two cost components were greater than the $432,000. The pavement impacts that came out of our analysis, and that's based on city expenses as well as the city's pavement management plan, was about $1.7 million. Based on the outcome of our report, rather than try to go all the way for the 1.7, staff is recommending 1.2 million as part of what would be a new vehicle impact fee. This would replace a current solid waste rate stabilization fee that has been in place since the beginning of this agreement. So that would go away, and that rate a chunk of that rate stabilization money is used to offset some of the rate impact related to the new agreement. On the next page, you can see an overview of the residential rates. The collection rates are the impact after the $200,000 contribution. If you look at just the collection rate, are not that significant. We have seen really under some of these agreements very large increases since the pandemic. Obviously, you could see the biggest change is in the solid waste fee to the vehicle impact fee, but that results in the revenue that we just talked about that goes towards the city's pavement program. So again, the 1-1 column compares to the 7-1 column based on the negotiated new rates with Republic, offset by the $200,000 contribution. This is the rates that come out when you add in the vehicle impact fee and drop out the solid waste fee. On the next slide, so you have some comparison, and it gets a little confusing in order to do a valid comparison. I added the post-collection rates back in that recycle more charges, so you can get I don't know that rates are ever apples to apples, but apples to pears. You can see that where the Pinole is more or less right in the middle of the neighborhood. When you look at your neighbors, where you are and where you're going to wind up, is more or less in the competitive with the market in the area, and mostly Contra Costa and Albany and Berkeley, and actually Albany, Berkeley, and Oakland. On the next slide, commercial is similar, a little higher. The new rates came down basically in the middle of San Pablo and Hercules, even when adding the vehicle impact fee. Your rates are both very competitive with your neighbors. So my understanding in what you're being asked to do tonight is accept the findings in the franchise fee study and adopt resolutions authorizing the new rates effective July 1st and authorizing the city manager to enter into the new franchise agreement and use of the rate stabilization funds, which is a side letter negotiated with Republic. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. It sounds like we're talking about the franchise agreement and the rates, so on any of this, I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can you please remind me your name, please?
Scott Hannon.
Scott. Great. Thank you so much. We'll go to council for questions, starting with Councilor Thomas, please.
Yes, on the slide, if we can go back to the slide, residential collection rates.
Yes. That one.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate or double check. So on the left side, there's the column with the solid waste fee.
Correct.
For after what's being proposed now is that fee goes away, but we're adding in a vehicle impact fee, and that. So instead of solid waste fee, for instance, on the 35-gallon is $3.10, it then becomes, there's a vehicle impact fee instead.
Right, at $7.75.
$7.75. So the the increase, for instance, on the 20 gallon, it's around 11% increase on the total rate collection. And I haven't calculated the other ones, but it looks like they're around 11, 12, 13% increase.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit higher on the
Okay.
35, but you're in the neighborhood.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Right, thanks. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna, for your presentation and for your partnership. I actually don't have any questions. Thank you.
Right, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
No questions at this time.
Right, no questions from me, so we will go ahead and open the public hearing. City Clerk, any public comments?
Thank you. We have 8 cards right now for in-person speakers. We'll start with Helene Zhao. Yes, if you would like to speak on this item, there are yellow cards at the back of the chambers. If you could please fill one out and bring it up to me, and just make sure you include your name and address. Followed by Bob Kopp.
Okay. All right. I'm Helene Zhao. I live on Alamo Street, the lower portion of Alamo. I've been there for 27 years. My street has never been paved. We've had some repairs. Many of them are probably caused by the garbage trucks, because there is a furrow alongside the south side of the street where I live. Many of my neighbors haven't been able to park their cars in front of their houses because of this deep furrow they'd fall in. There have been some repairs. The repairs usually consist of shovels full of asphalt, filling the hole, and taking the pickup truck and running back and forth on it. The next time any trucks drive up the street, garbage trucks, UPS, it starts again, and the asphalt flies all over the place. Right now I've got chunks of pieces of the road that one of my neighbors came by and moved because they were driving along and it was hitting the underside of their car. So I don't quite understand the system of paving and what will happen in the future if you start collecting this fee, or if Republic Services collects the fee and pays it back to Pinole, as to how to get your street on the list for getting repaired. A few years ago, we had to replace this sewer line that went from our driveway out to the middle of the street because it was broken, because it had subsided. And that cost about $12,000. That was painful. We're on Social Security, and as I started to say earlier, we got a COLA of 2.5% this year. Garbage fee is, not in line with our COLA. I don't know if there's some way to use that for people for the raises. I read next door, I think somebody posted something about, this doesn't seem as much like a fee as it does seem like a tax. And I haven't done the research on it. Maybe the city attorney can help out with this, but it seems like a tax, and we just voted on a sales tax that was supposed to be repairing roads. I don't know when that's going to go into effect, but if this tax is going in, sorry, I'm at my time. Somebody else will cover it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. City Clerk, next public comment, please.
Yes, Bob Kopp.
Great.
Yes, thank you, Council, for letting me speak tonight. I went over the records of what it cost me last year. My wife is $1,542.24, and this coming year it'll be $1,990.68 for our garbage fee. I don't have a problem with Republic getting an increase because I'm a business owner and I know exactly how much diesel fuels went up, and how much it's affecting my business and my gross. But to have this other taxed on, you can call it whatever you want. It's still a tax. You can call it a fee because you call it a fee, then you don't have to vote on it. You don't have to be election or anything like that. That's why you're slipping this in that way. I would like to know tonight how much of my fee per month is coming back from Republic. And how do you have it set up that it will 100% go to repair supposedly all the damage that their trucks are doing? We need an answer on both of those because it's very important. Like I said, a fee for them increase, I don't have a problem with it because it's business and it allows the governor is letting the oil company just have a field day. You just go to the gas station, you'll recognize that real quickly. So how are we going to find out exactly how much is coming back off of our monthly fee, and how are you going to completely tell us this money is going to go for asphalt replacement? Can you have any answer to that?
And through the city manager, we'll note any particular questions from the public, and then also Scott as well. And feel free to jump in if you want to, if comfortable. If not, we'll follow up with you. But you do have time remaining in your public comment.
Okay, he's going to answer the question?
Well, please conclude your comments and then questions can be addressed if possible.
That's my comments and my questions. I would just like to have an answer so the public knows exactly what we were supposed to expect the city to do with this money for us paving our streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we'll have, if staff can just keep tabs on questions. Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Yes, Mark Zimmerman, followed by Jason Littlefield and Marcia Joswick.
Good evening, council and mayor, public. I had a chance to review some of the documents related to this proposed garbage rate increase, and I recommend the council amend the rate resolution to reduce the $1.2 million vehicle impact fee by at least half, so that the rate increase would be approximately 5% for the typical customer. And this would be consistent with what we just saw in terms of the key terms, trying to keep things under the CPI at about 5%. Now, as you know, the Bureau of Land Statistics or what have you is approximately, I think inflation is about 2.3%. So this rate increase, if it happens on July the 1st, would be at least 5 times what the current CPI number is, and even more so for seniors. So another aspect, well, I just want to go through a couple numbers here in terms of why I recommend that the VIF be brought down a bit. Number one, there was a rate increase on January 1st of a couple percent, but that was related to CPI, of course. Number two, the proposed rate increase is 13% for the typical customer at 35 gallons, and it's 19% for seniors. And this is almost entirely due to the VIF. So number three reason is that seniors are really bearing the brunt of this at 19%. And it is hard to understand why the increase would be so much more on them than it is for the typical customer, which were both large. Number four, there is no sunset on the VIF. This is in perpetuity. It will continue on and on every year, and that should be recognized. Number five is very important to me personally and the council, I know, and citizens, is that the Pinole's housing affordability goals are not going to be supported with such a large increase. We need to think of utilities perhaps more along the lines of housing costs. So anything we can do to lower that would be fantastic. Number six, the city just had the sales tax that was mentioned earlier. And then 7, current garbage customers should not be responsible for paying for years of deferred road maintenance. So again, 5% would be my recommendation to be consistent with what was presented earlier in terms of going forward. And it also brings it down relative to what the typical customer and seniors, I think, deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Jason Littlefield, followed by Marcia Joswick and Janet Wilkes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and constituents. Mark eloquently said a lot of what I was going to say, so I'm going to tailor mine down. One of my main concerns about this is the legal exposure. Zolli versus City of Oakland, 2022. R3 consultants even mentioned that there is a legal landscape for such fees that remain unsettled. We know we live in a litigious country, and win or lose, there is a huge exposure in the legality and the money involved in the legalities. The next part was that prior to the 7/125, there is no vehicle impact fee. I saw how it got transformed. Personally, I would like to say that'd be a tax so that the voters have a voice in that. I'm not even necessarily opposed to it. It's the fee looks like a workaround due to a budget shortfall. And I understand. I'm a business owner. I've been here 13 years. I'm a general contractor. Budgeting's hard. It's shortfalls. They happen and they go quick and you get behind. And I believe our city's in that case. That being said, a fee workaround as opposed to a tax, being redundant, it takes the voice away from the voter. I am also concerned about how prior to this, there was no vehicle impact assessment. Suddenly, boom, there's 107 million a year. Let's just say that's numbers perfect. How long has that been happening? We suddenly, bang, now we're going to start charging it. It was like, whoa, hold on. There's been garbage trucks going up and down the roads for a long time. So why is the vehicle impact fee suddenly happening? Which that's another concern. That even said, say 1.7 million is a perfect number. That only addresses the garbage trucks. So there's also $800,000, which is the city's projected average annual pavement rehab. That's not a $800,000 projected budget number. It's an $800,000 estimated average, which means that $800,000 has a wide swing. And as a pragmatist, it's not going to go lower. That swing is going to go to the high side. I mean, we all know that. That being said, there's a $500,000 shortfall between R3's recommendation. Sorry, I'm up.
Thank you so much. Please do.
Sorry. There's a $500,000 discrepancy right off the bat between the consultant's recommendation and the city's $1.2 million, which puts us at a shortfall again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For folks who might be confused, it's set at 3 minutes per speaker.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Joswick. I've been a resident of Pinole for 11 years, and I have many objections to the proposed increase in fees for solid waste pickup, but there's only time to name a few. Number one, the proposed increase in monthly residential fees has been calculated at a higher percentage for seniors than others. Senior rate is 18.46%, while non-seniors rate is 11.7%. Why are you charging seniors at a higher rate? This is discriminatory towards senior citizens of Pinole, and I object to this. If there has to be a rate increase, why hasn't it been calculated so that raises are the same across the board? Moreover, last January, Republic raised our fees, and now in July, they will go up again and up again every year. Besides that, we have already approved a 0.5% sales tax increase in last November, and that was supposed to be for street improvements, but now, and the city wants to make Pinole affordable to seniors, but this is not leading to greater affordability. Number two, I object to the fact that there are legal ramifications to this proposal, as indicated in the consultant's report when they say this fee is entering us into a, quotes, unsettled legal landscape. Why is the city putting us at risk like this? Number 3, I object that the proposal leads us to believe that Republic Services will now have to reimburse the city for the damage their trucks do to the roads. But Republic Service isn't reimbursing the city at all. They are only acting as a collection agency of money paid for by the residents. As a collection agency, they are simply returning our money, not their money, to pay for the damage caused by their vehicles. I object that there was not a workshop to explain this proposal and give residents a chance to get their questions answered. I object that requests to city council members and city staff for answers to our questions have been largely ignored. I object that the only opportunity to ask questions and raise objections to this unfair and possibly illegal increase is limited to a single agenda item on a very long agenda. And finally, I object that this proposed fee increase, which is discriminatory against seniors and which is a legal liability, is being disguised as a fee when it's really a tax. Calling it a fee has minimized the impact of this proposal excuse me, on Pinole's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Janet Wilkes, followed by Rafael Menez, and then Debbie Long.
Good evening, council, city staff. I'm Janet Wilkes. There is concern among Pinole residents regarding the 19% increase for seniors as opposed to the 13 or so increase for other ratepayers. So I would just like to echo that from tonight's comments. There is also concern about the vehicle impact fee being a tax versus a fee, with legal precedent being set up and down the state, most notably locally Zolli versus City of Oakland. If the legality of the vehicle impact fee is challenged, this could very well lead to additional expenses for our city in terms of the legal defense, and something to be considered. And as long as you're looking at budget, if you're going to pass a vehicle impact fee, you probably should include some funding in the budget to fund a defense of this. I urge council to consider not approving a vehicle impact fee and pursuing rather a tax proposal. And if you cannot see your way clear to do that, I would encourage you to at least reduce it to about 50% to hit the more of a 5 or 6% raise. Please minimally consider not laying the burden of this vehicle impact fee on seniors. And finally, I just want to comment that it is proven quite challenging to have a productive conversation with council and staff about this issue since the 218 landed. We asked for a workshop repeatedly, and we just didn't get an answer about that. It's very difficult to express the long list of concerns about this issue with 3-minute comments, and takes a lot of coordination on the side of residents. And I think we can all do a better job in communicating on this side of the conversation. We felt very much stonewalled, and I think we can do a better job with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Ralph Gomez, a resident of Pinole over on Hazel Drive, right across from Dutra Court, specifically here. And I'd like to start my comments by thanking the prior commenter, Janet Wilkes, for her written comment, because that introduced me to the case, Zolli versus City of Oakland. And I went ahead and looked that up and found commentary by a legal firm, BBK Law, discussing that particular case. And what they stated was that the court acknowledged 2 potential exemptions from Article 13C that might apply to a city's franchise fees, that it could identify some tangible property interests if its solid waste haulers gained a special ability to drive heavy vehicles or to place waste containers on the street for collection to qualify under Article 13C, Section 1E4. Or Article 13C, Section 1E1 exempts charges imposed for a specific benefit conferred or privilege granted directly to a payor which do not exceed the reasonable cost to the local government for providing the specific benefit or privilege. For a definition of a tax, the court didn't consider that in that particular case because the city of Oakland didn't raise that as a defense. And then looking at that relevant segment in the Constitution, it says, E, as use of this article, tax means any levy, charge, or exaction of any kind imposed by a local government except the following. 1, a charge imposed for a specific benefit conferred or privilege granted directly to the payor but is not provided to those not charged, and which does not exceed the reasonable cost of the local government of conferring the benefit or granting the privilege. Now, one thing that I noted was that the presentation stated that, and this is on page 241 of the agenda packet, that the annual use charge for the special and lasting use of the solid waste containers was listed as a separate item from the annualized cost of pavement repair, maintenance, and rehabilitation resulting from the unique impacts of street pavement caused by our public collection vehicles during the course of providing service. So in the city attorney's opinion, would those be more linked to Section 13CE1 or Section 13CE4 or some other cause? Or does this say they could be more beneficial to consider this as many speakers tonight have noted as a tax? I'd like a bit more specificity. Secondly, with regards to the actual cost to the city of road repair, as has been stated in many prior council agenda items, the costs to the city of maintaining the roads are well above what the city regularly expends on it in any given year, just because the overall cost of dealing with it all at once is much, much greater. So that's why you've got the 1.7 million or 1.2 million or 800,000. It all ties in basically, and that's the limit of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public comment, please.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight because of the Prop 218 letter that was sent to all of us. I find it disturbing that there was no discussion with the public prior to proposing this increase, especially as it results in a higher increase to the senior population, but mostly because you are hiding a $1.2 million tax under the guise of a fee and make no mention of that under the 218 notice. Instead, your report states that you are converting the Solid Waste 214 fund into a vehicle impact fee. Legally, you can't rename a fee to sidestep calling it a tax. A fee has to be justified and meet the definition, which the vehicle impact fee does not. This is more accurately defined as a vehicle impact tax, as it is most directly related to services. The definition of a tax is a charge imposed with the primary purpose of raising revenue. The definition of a fee is the purpose of recouping costs incurred in providing the services. Additionally, fees that are disproportionately burden certain groups of people are illegal. In this case, a vehicle impact fee is only being charged for the use of a garbage truck. But Pinole has many other large trucks and businesses that impact our roads, such as cement trucks, developers that bring in large construction vehicles, large gas tankers, businesses that have large deliveries, etc. But you're not charging any of them a vehicle impact fee, only garbage trucks. Taxes that are not taxes violate the principle of transparency by denying the taxpayer of making meaningful choices about public priorities. To charge a fee for the roads used by Public Service is not in direct relationship to the service they provide. As a previous Director of Public Services, Tamara, said in a meeting regarding our roads, that quite frankly, our roads could be gravel and they would still serve the purpose. Therefore, logically speaking, our garbage can still be picked up with our roads in any condition, and therefore your $1.2 million fee is a taxation by definition. And a tax needs the vote of a people. All states, including California, excluding Oregon, adhere to a meaningful taxpayer protective definition of taxes and have rules requiring that any ambiguity in tax statutes can be resolved in the taxpayer's favor. I think that's what happened with the Hot Pops years ago. I would definitely say that calling road repairs, including the calculations used as renting space for the cans, is not even close to the definition of a fee, and this council is guilty of hiding a tax and calling it a fee. Not to mention that the report says the $1.2 million can be used for road repairs, not shall. and there is no mention in the reso on the 1.2 million or in the attachment. This council needs to tighten their belt, engage the community, and be transparent instead of trying to approve a tax under the guise of a fee. Perhaps the attorney should look into the ambiguity of your trying to pass a tax as a fee, not to mention converting one fee that is totally unrelated to your new proposed tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, thank you. Kathleen Tobin, Mary Horton, and William Horton.
My name is Kathleen Tobin. I am representing the Willowbrook Homeowners Association, 106 units next to Big O Tires on San Pablo Avenue. We have had incredibly poor service from Republic, and that's why I'm here. I didn't follow the details of the increase, but we strongly, strongly oppose any increase in fees. Our board has written a letter repeatedly to the city that apparently never got passed on to Republic, and no, we never got a response to it. The letters say such things as, we haven't gotten our garbage picked up for 4 weeks. We've had to hire a pet management. Anyway, I should just read from this. The situation has escalated into a serious health and environmental hazard, and the prolonged accumulation of waste has attracted pests and created unsanitary conditions. We are incredibly disappointed with our service, and fees, whatever you want to call them, pay for a service. We are strongly opposed to any increase of fees by Republic.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Good evening, Council. Mary Horton, former mayor of Pinole, and I would like to thank Debbie Long, another former mayor, for her excellent presentation. She raised some of the points that I have. First off, noticing, I don't recall getting anything. And a subject like this that is so potentially litigious and confusing to the public, the fees that are being suggested higher on seniors, that's a problem. We should have a workshop. And again, we're talking about being transparent. If there's a direct through line with garbage trucks making all the problems, all the upheaval on the roads, then I suggest that Republic pay us a fee for using our roads. Instead of the other way around, we're paying them for using our roads. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Conversely, again, as the point was raised earlier, what about Westcat? What about buses, school buses, FedEx, Amazon, post office? I mean, the list is endless. And do you really want to go down this slippery slope of saying that these entities require payment from the city of Pinole? I can see why there has been litigation around this issue, and I've been through it as a mayor. It's not fun, especially when you're talking to all the constituents and you're being hung out to dry. I would say no vehicle impact fee. I think it's a dangerous slope, and I would tread lightly if I were you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Mayor and Council,
I am Pinole resident William Horton, and I will be brief. I have voted for utility and sales taxes in Pinole from 1998 through 2024. I am concerned that this increase comes so soon after passing the sales tax last year, and I would ask that council and staff provide details every year of expenditures for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other public comments?
I have a card for Noreen Bueller. Is that for this item or the next? Buller, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Noreen Buller, 45 years here in Pinole, a resident and a senior. I'm here tonight because I'm against the garbage increase, because it doesn't adequately explain why you are increasing it. There's no mention of changing the solid waste fund into a vehicle impact fee, much less stating that 1.7 million or 1.2 million will be additionally added to our garbage invoices. This will roughly add $50 to each billing cycle, in addition to the rate increase from Republic Services. Why has this not been discussed openly? Members of the public requested a workshop, and that request was ignored. Certainly, it would appear that you're trying to pass a tax while calling it a fee. But if vetted in a public forum, calling at this tax a fee would be met with resistance. So the biggest issue I see here is this is a tax, not a fee. A fee is for providing the cost of services, and taxes are imposed as a revenue generator. This $1.2 million tax is not providing a service. It is plain and simple, it's a road tax. As taxpayers, we already pay for road repairs. In fact, wasn't one of the biggest promises of Measure I that recently passed that it would go towards road repairs? And when do those start, by the way? The lack of transparency and accountability is disturbing. I hope you will listen tonight and perhaps split your vote into two actions. One, to vote on the rate increase, and the other on the tax increase. Put it on the ballot for the people to decide, as that is their right as a taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Looks like we might have one here.
Yes, Irma Ruport.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I totally agree with everybody that's here. I've been back and forth at this council every 2 weeks, considering the fact that our communication stinks. We have 2 PCTV stations. We have a communications so-called director now. We have people out here that are clueless about what's going on. My feeling now is you all have to get together and make sure communication is out in the public like it should be. A workshop, yes. We don't have enough staff. That's all I hear. Complaints, complaints, complaints. But you know what? We're the taxpayers. We need to know what you are all up to in terms of what's coming down the pipeline for these taxes, especially Republic. So, in my opinion, Mayor and Council, let's do better. Let's communicate as much as we can and get on the ball. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments, City Clerk?
Yes, we have an online comment.
Yes, we have Anthony Vosbrink.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony Vosbrink, longtime senior citizen now, taxpayer, living in Pinole Valley over 40 plus years. I just like to start by saying I pretty much echo 100, about 110% of all the previous speakers that presented before you, and I can assure you you can take it to the bank that just hearing from a few people in the chambers tonight, you can multiply that probably times 50, if not 150 fold, if you held a town hall or a public workshop. But I guess that's not your job to make that call. But it should be if any of you had a backbone so you could stand up to Republic Services and not make these backroom deals, et cetera, especially when it comes to seniors, which most are on fixed incomes, only living off of Social Security, if that, and nothing else. So for their increase to be over 13 to 19+%, and many of them don't use a big 30, 40 bin can like myself. I use a 20-gallon bin can, and we're still charged the higher rate fee. So I don't understand why you discriminate against the senior citizens in your community. You know, we're not Gen X, Y, Z millennials, but that should be investigated, because I think it's outright wrong for you and Richmond Sanitary to approve that. And furthermore, I would like to ask, what's happening to the recycling work? Who does the recycling at the city level for city recycling bins, like outside the senior center or outside the Pinole Library tennis courts, or up at the
Sir, you
public
have
park
45
out in Pinole
seconds.
Valley? Because I understand and heard that the city goes by with their trucks and they just combine all the bottles and cans, even though they're pre-separated. They dump them into the back of their van or truck, and then they go to the corporation yard, or Richmond Sanitary picks them up. So are they really being recycled? I think that's a crime, you know, and you're pushing recycling this and what have you. So I would like more transparency open to the public, and I would like the senior rates to be adjusted downwards. And if you people can't get it together with a majority to not pass this vote and keep it open for further discussion, I'd say something's wrong there with our city council, mayor, and staff.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other public comments?
I believe that concludes our public comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Well, before we bring it back to council for comments, I know there were questions about legality and legal exposure. If I can have City Attorney, if you took note of those questions.
Yeah, through the chair. So a couple of just points of clarification. First off, this distinction between a tax and a fee. There's been a couple of definitions that have been articulated, some of which are spot on. At a very high level, a tax is a mandatory payment or charge collected by the city for the primary purpose of raising general fund revenue. So your property tax, for example, it's not tied to a specific service. It's a tax that's paid for city services more broadly. The sales tax, for example, it's a tax that's imposed, and there's no specific service that it's tied to. A fee, you know, by difference and distinction, it's a charge imposed for the primary purpose of covering the cost of providing a specific service directly to the ratepayer. So this solid waste fee that is being imposed and discussed today, it's not imposed on every resident within the city, but rather it's imposed on property owners who receive collection services through the solid waste franchise agreement. And that's, so the fee that's being imposed, it's for the service of the franchise agreement. And it's really the cost of the total service for the franchise agreement. So it's what the cost of the service. And the Nexus fee study that we prepared, that is really the analysis of the overall cost of the service. And each of the ratepayers it's a portion based on, you know, the size of your trash bin, but that's all been calculated and referenced in the Nexus fee study. Mr. Menace pointed out that distinction under the California Constitution, there's this reference to the fee not exceeding the cost of the service, and that's the purpose of the Nexus fee study, where we've really laid out this is the total cost of the service, including the vehicle impact fee, the impact on our roads of the Republic Services trucks that are driving over it. So that's really the kind of justification, if you will, for why the fee is what it is. I'll just briefly mention the Zolli case because it was mentioned. So this is a City of Oakland case. It was really a challenge to franchise fee agreements more broadly. It wasn't specific to vehicle impact fees. It was basically to address this issue of cities that were imposing a franchise fee without any nexus fee study. They were just arbitrarily coming up with amounts, and it wasn't tied to the actual service. So they weren't demonstrating that the fee for service did not exceed the actual cost of the service. We've addressed that by doing this nexus fee study, by pointing out the cost of the impacts on our roads, and the fee for the vehicle impact fee is what we're proposing is actually lower than the actual impact that was provided for in the fee study. So I just wanted to just kind of clarify that distinction between tax and fee, and then the reference to the Zolli case.
Thank you for the explanation. And I know there are other questions as well. I'm not sure, Scott, if you were able to note that down or respond to any of those.
Sure. Obviously, the senior issue came up a lot, and I defer to the city attorney on sort of the bigger picture issue, but even the issue of the senior discount is potentially subject to the same fee issue that the city attorney is talking about. That the presumption is if the non-senior rate is, I'm making up numbers, is $50 and the senior rate is $45, the same truck, the same driver, the same fuel. So what you wind up with is everyone who's not a senior subsidizing the senior rate. So because of that, many jurisdictions have gotten rid of special rates, senior rates, low-income rates, because of the fear that this same pervasive sort of fear that everybody's suing everybody over every fee. What we tried to do, because there was already a built-in rate where the senior rate was roughly $3, if you look in the franchise agreement itself on page 30, what we tried to do, and to Republic's credit, the specific language chapter is senior discount at contractor's goodwill. And in exchange for the goodwill of the city and the general public, contractor voluntarily agrees to discount the rate it charges for solid waste services, quote, the discount, skipping down the maximum rates, which is what you're considering tonight, should not be otherwise paid for or subsidized by any other service recipients. So my point in that is what unfortunately fell out, why the rate increases more for seniors, is because that gap was $3. Through our negotiations, we wanted to maintain a lower rate. So it was basically, we got to $2 as part of the total package of rate of the Republic rates. They were willing to essentially, for lack of a better word, eat the difference. So they're basically making up the senior discount, and it's not a subsidy. And that was our way of maintaining at least a $2 discount for seniors, was doing it as part of a negotiated settlement where basically Republic is basically giving the discount to the city as part of the total package of negotiations, if that makes sense.
I appreciate the response. I'll bring it back to council for questions or comments. Start with Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to go backward from this last statement by Mr. Hannon. So in the negotiation process, the contract is offering something to seniors, but it's not apparent. It's not obvious. And so the total monthly rate appears to be great. And of course, that's a relative word, but what I'm looking at is table 1 of our of the staff report. You may or may not have that. What we have are the figures that appeared in your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of things. I think I'm just stating comments that just seem to make why it may be confusing to understand negotiation processes and the outcomes of that and the rates that appear on the tables that you've shown. And with that, helping us and the public, especially those who have made comments about what seems to be a disproportionate amount that would be charged to them, to understand why that makes sense in light of the analysis that you've done. So, for one, and pardon to the speakers if I was not looking directly at you when you were speaking, because I was trying to as well do the calculations that some of you mentioned. And when you speak of, anybody speaks of percentage increases, we have to understand what that denominator is. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And the question of comparison of apples to apples or apples to pears just doesn't make sense. So what I was doing was with the slide that shows the rates effective July 1st, 25, total collection rate column, and we can see that slide, please. It's the residential collection rates. I just wanted us to come to a common understanding, so at least we get that squared away. Okay. So I'm looking for staff, PCTV, to help us bring up the slide that Mr. Hannon had a bit ago.
It's up there.
Oh, there it is.
It's
Okay.
up.
Thank you. All right. So I'm looking at the total collection rates, and if I'm doing my algebra correctly, what I calculated as percentage increases was I used the new fee minus the current fee divided by the new fee. And that's how I got percentages. Is that correct? Whew, we had this exercise a while ago.
New minus old divided by old.
Okay.
With the parens.
Okay, thank you. So the 20-gallon then is a 20% increase. The 35-gallon would be 25% increase. 35-gallon senior, 26% increase. 65-gallon, 23% increase. And then the 95-gallon, 24% increase. So the bigger difference there is the 20-gallon to 35-gallon, and that's understandable because you have more refuse or more trash to be collected. But the question again comes as to why the increase in the senior 35-gallon between that and the regular 35-gallon is really 1% increase. But the 6% increase, I think, is would that be the figure to look at, the difference, if we are to come to some understanding when we're comparing? Well, actually, we're not comparing, and I think you alluded to this, because we would be comparing a service for a 20-gallon versus 35-gallon to begin with, which is really a different type of service. And then we're only considering a 1% increase between the 35-gallon and 35-gallon fee to seniors. So I think in all that, I'm not really asking a question as to perhaps if you would confirm that I'm looking at the numbers as you would want us to understand, to help understand why the increases reflect or show up as they do.
If I understand the question, related to the senior rate, if you see in the first column, the difference between the 35-gallon and the 35-gallon senior in January was $3. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
In July, it's going to be $2 on the collection rate.
Mm-hmm.
The increase to the vehicle impact fee for everyone, residential, commercial, every rate, was basically 2.5 times higher. So you have basically a math issue happening that because we negotiated the $2 change, the senior calculation makes the change higher because it is a bigger increase because you went from a $3 difference, I don't want to say subsidy, but $3 difference to a $2 difference. Then when you increase the vehicle impact fee proportionally, because of that dollar change, you're getting a bigger percentage increase. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So it's sort of the math of it, but it really comes down to the $3 spread between the two rates becoming a $2 spread. And then adding the vehicle impact fee, you just get the 6% or so difference.
Okay. Well, you've helped me understand a little bit more as to how these percentages could be calculated and then the basis for the difference that we see. And though the word had been used about discriminating against seniors, what we're seeing is that to begin, back in January of 25, seniors were paying a bit more. Is that correct? 23, 26? No, they were paying less. They were paying less, $3 less, maybe a little under $3 less to begin. So it seems like we're also making up for fees that had not been collected. Would that be accurate? No, that's not accurate. You can tell me that I'm not.
If you focus on the collection rate, it's 2364 to 2408, so it's 36.44 cents is the increase a month on just the collection rate.
Yes.
And that's why it's difficult when you talk 44 cents versus percentages that sound really big. And I'm not trying to minimize that, but the collection changes we've tried to keep, and to Republic's credit, are and the ability to use the solid waste fee that's been collected, you have a very relatively small collection increases. It's the fee has been spread evenly to everyone, residential and commercial, all across the board. It's 2.5 times what it is now.
And that 2.5, okay, thank you. And that 2.5 increase is a reflection overall of cost increases since last time, an analysis hasn't been done. Somebody posed a question about why now, and I think that had to do with the vehicle impact fee. But from my understanding and bringing in my familiarity with when a city can even consider increases, whether they be increases in fees or increases in taxes, the timing it has to be such that, first of all, legislation is in place to allow that, and the opportunity to discuss or negotiate, if there is, in this case, a contract or franchise agreement, has to be there as well. Those were not conditions that have been quite in line with the examination of an increase in collection fees, at least for this council in the past 5 years or so, or 10 years or so. So that's
Well,
just,
I think it's tied to the fact that the agreement was ending. And so it was sort of an opportune time to revisit the whole agreement, including the fees.
yes. So again, timing opportunity. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll leave other comments for I'll have some other comments, but I think the question about trying to establish where those percentages came from was helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for public comment. Out of the public comment, I just wanted to ask a couple questions and make a reference. So the draft agreement, line 1019, section 6.02 talks about the senior discount and the goodwill and goes through that. So I just wanted to make sure the public was aware that there is an adjustment to that, but I think that's the spirit of this is still there to try to even this out. The other thing for me and a few of the public commenters made was, how is this money going to be accounted for? I think it's very important. I've said this before, and a lot of people know that, I do believe in the return to source, meaning that if a fee is generated by something, that it does return back to that intent. Through the mayor, can the city manager and city attorney and and maybe finance talk about what that looks like for the upcoming year, this time next year, how that be reported.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, that particular, the vehicle impact fee will have to, as part of this whole arrangement, will have to be recorded as a separate line item where all of that will be accounted for, as well as how it is then expended. So that should be something that would be easily reported on annually through our audit process, and then also through our budget, because the way that this is set up, as far as both the intention and then our understanding of how it even can be used, is it can be used to potentially support our public waste process, but primarily it would just only be able to go towards roads. It could not go towards the general fund.
Okay. And then if you could, CPI was thrown out a few times. Do we have an idea of what the current CPI is and what that means when we talked about the 5%? And that might be something, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to city manager and Mr. Hannum. What, I know that we're going through our budget process and that's another aspect, but could you give us some insight as to what that 18-month freeze does for us and how the CPI may tie into that?
I can. What the 18-month means, you don't have to do this in 6 months, which would be the normal schedule. So you just don't have to adjust rates for till January of 27. I'm sorry, I blanked on the initial part of your question. I should have written
Initial
it down.
was the CPI?
Right,
like
the
current-
CPI.
And then that's the Consumer Price Index.
The water sewer trash over the last 20 years has averaged in the neighborhood of 4%, between 4 and 5% it typically runs. The CPI has run a little bit less, but the issue is, for instance, with another client I have on the peninsula, remember what happened a year and a half and 2 years ago when all of a sudden inflation spiked, and they were looking at a 53% rate increase because it happened to catch on a point. They didn't actually do that. The company, to its credit, came back and said, we know things aren't up 53, but you got caught on this weird spike. And because, even though inflation was, for most of this current agreement, was relatively flat, there were spikes at the end. And so as part of the negotiations, where we came to was, since the indexes have been running sort of 3 to 4.5, was to place the 5% cap, so it would protect you from where many places were seeing inflation was running 7 or 8%. We're trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
I see.
And so even though Republic is entitled to trying to recoup that in the next year or the following year, if the inflation comes back down, it protects you from any spikes above 5%.
Okay. So that does provide some level of max and min to work with. Okay, great, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Councilmember Murphy.
No question. Thank you, Mayor.
Right, Councilmember Toms.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank the speakers also that provided questions ahead of time, and thank our city manager and staff for responding to those with their frequently asked questions and their responses. So appreciate that. Taking a look at the fee, which is for the impacts that come from the service that's being provided. The estimate was $1.7 million, and then it was reduced. What's proposed is 75% of that. I think that there were some comments that, council should consider splitting that in half again. And I'm just, noting that if that were split in half again, we would be down to almost to where the solid waste fee is currently, just a little bit higher. So, I'm just taking a look at that. Let's see. I think at this point, I just wanted to note that in the vehicle impact fee is for direct impacts that do come from trucks. I know that we cannot, it's very, it's almost impossible for us to, charge other deliveries impact fees, but I do want to comment about like construction. There's a lot of times where when we approve a construction project, we, go out and take a look at the condition of the roads before and after and have the contractor make those repairs. So that again is, it's directly addressing the impacts of the, of the vehicles being on the roads and creating damage to them. I also wanted to note that the Measure I was not a 100% fix-all for our liability of road improvements. That was never meant to cover the vast work that needs to be done. It was just one part of it. So it's not like this is replacing, Measure I. There's a huge liability that we have in our road system. So, but with that, that's basically what I have for now.
Great, thank you. We'll turn back to any other further comments from Councilor Action.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please go ahead.
No comments. Yeah.
Mayor, I want to move to adopt the resolution approving the increases to the solid waste collection services rates.
I'll second.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? Yes, please go ahead.
I just want to, I'm going over my notes to see whether comments that were made by the members of the public were addressed. We did in particular talk via city attorney, the explanation of fee versus a tax. Why now, I think was answered. Opportunity presents itself to analyze the costs associated with the services provided, as well as impacts to our city because of the provision of these services, and our inability at this time to charge other large vehicles. Believe me, we have tried in a different state policy committee that I sit on. We have tried when we have discussed agreements between cities and those large facilities or warehouses that are in nearby cities, like in our case, Richmond, that we see the Amazon trucks coming through our city, but there's just not a means right now that allows us to do that. With regard to the buses, we have to consider about the weight and the recurrence, in particular on certain city streets, that the damage done by the greater weight vehicles and the frequency that those vehicles come on to the streets is different compared to how our WestCat buses travel on the roads that they use. I think we talked about no history of vehicle impact fee. No, that is true. We have an opportunity, and it is actually a fact that we are in need of funds to cover the pavement program that we have here in Pinole, because we're so behind in a way in addressing the maintenance and necessary repairs, and we will continue to be. And it's just, I think somebody made a note in either correspondence that was sent or public comment or combination now that there has been a lot of deferred maintenance, and here we are in 2025 confronted with some of that deferred maintenance. And so at the time when decisions were made about how much money should be allotted to to road repair, that was probably the best decision of that council at the time. But over the years, our roads have taken on more have been increasingly been needing more repairs, and so we are as well needing to have ways to available so that the city can repair those. The question about can be used versus shall be used, or interpreted ambiguity about the language of the vehicle impact fee. Well, because it is a fee, it is meant for a specific use. And so, given the need, the immediate need that we have to repair our roads, this is an opportunity to levy this fee for road repair. With regard to any correspondence received by the city from the Willowbrook residents, that will have to be a little bit of research done. And earlier we had a meeting with our city clerk about how we have also made changes in archiving and retrieving documents, and perhaps we can find that out and see what had happened. See what happened with that. But the point is that communication with public services has happened, most recently for negotiation of this contract agreement, and bearing in mind the services that have been provided to residents. Although I am curious, I should have thought about this earlier as a question, if there were ever historically times when Republic Services would have gone without providing their services to a particular area of the city. I just don't know if that's so. So maybe later we might be able to have an answer to that. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Scott has had a question that you captured there.
No, I just want, there was a comment that was made by a representative of the Willowbrook units.
I would ask Republic is here.
Yes, and so if it's possible, if Republic can address that so that the public does not go away wondering about that, we'd appreciate it.
Noted. Thank you. Any other comments from or discussion on the motion?
I have some
Sure.
some thoughts. I'm looking at all directions of this, and the thing that really that I do have some concerns about is the CPI, that's 2.3%, regular CPI, and then utilities, it was estimated at 4%. And then this increase would represent 11 to 19% increase, which is, it is a hard hit for folks, especially folks that are on fixed incomes. I'm wondering if instead of doing a vehicle impact fee, cutting it in half from the net that we had described up here, which is already a 75% reduction of what the actual cost is, if we can consider somewhere in between, an easier number so that the increase isn't as high. I would not be able to, do those calculations, and wouldn't expect anyone to do those calculations here at the dais. But I'm wondering if there's an appetite to sort of take a look at those numbers and return with something in between, if that's the will of the council.
Sure, I'll open it up for discussion on that point there.
Could we have a bit more information to address that question before by the next meeting? And bring this item for a vote at the next meeting?
And maybe if Councilor Toms could be specific about the request you're making.
For instance, we're looking at our estimated cost at 1.7 million, yet that's been reduced by, it's only 75%, which is what we're recommending at 1.2 million. So if we take the base of 1.7 million and instead only take 50% of that, that would be a total of $851,720. I just am not ready to translate that onto the schedule, of what the vehicle impact fee is. It's just some math, and it's a way that we could maybe do something in between. It's a more conservative approach to the vehicle impact fee based on what our estimated costs are, and it would be closer to what the CPI is. It would bring it down to closer to what the CPI is.
Gotcha. And before we get to your comment, is this something that staff would be able to calculate here in this meeting now, or would that be something that would take extensive work to do?
That would take some work for us to do and to bring back, and then that would also, that would change the vehicle impact fee, so that would be something to consider as well.
Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Well, along with that considerations, we're talking about a 15-year period. So it's not only the savings for a certain group of people in Pinole, but the increased cost in repairing the roads that are going to continually degrade. So I am leaning more toward if we indeed can have the funding to do the repairs now, we're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later, but someone is going to pay.
So, looking at this, I mean, this fee, I don't think has been incorporated over time. I mean, we're dealing with what we have in front of us now. Looking at this number, to me, it seems like there's been months of discussion that's been happening to try to get us to this point. If we can look at table 2, I just want to illustrate where I'm thinking and why my support of this is there. I don't know if it's capable.
Yeah, PCTV can put up
table 2.
One slide.
The slide presentation, I'm sorry.
The title of the slide is "How does Pinole compare?"
Yeah, that's the one.
Thank you.
And I think that just my colleagues up here, we've been asking that question on other I mean, for the last at least four years, right? Is how do we compare with our neighboring cities? What does these increases mean? And what do cost of service really cost, right? And I think one of the biggest things looking at this is that our neighbor, and I use Hercules only because in size, we're about the same size. And I also look at El Cerrito as another city, just comparable. I think looking at this, we can see that us in Pleasant Hill were very low rates for a long time. And I think we've enjoyed that as a city for a long time. But you could see our peers are starting to get more middle range. And I think the team in the negotiation process still tried to keep the values of this contract, the intent, intact while still addressing a major issue that has been looming with us for quite some time. And I know that we said 1.7 million. I'm sure that would kick us up, closer to the Hercules range, or I'm sorry, not Hercules. I can't. Let me read it from here. More of the Concord range seems like it's a big jump from there, right? But we can tell that we're middle range for the towns around us and the service that's provided. And I think that we have to take that into consideration moving forward, especially with these services lacking. We also want to make sure that we take into consideration as a council that roads don't degrade linearly. Once they get to a point of no return, we have to rebuild it, which is an extreme cost that we've been seeing over the years. And I think that the strategy here is to try to recoup some of those costs within this fee moving forward and responsibly send that money right back to the roads in partnership with the Republic Service, which is really on a court. Maybe you'll have the Amazon truck, but really every week you're going to have, a 2-ton or a, truck driving down and hitting the roads up. And one of the things I know I see at my street is the street sweeping service is usually the one picking up the gravel that's broken up, which means that they got to do more runs in order to clean the road. So I think that this impact fee is moderate. I think the spirit of this contract still holds what we had in the past. And I think that us not going the 1.7 and going to the 1.2 keeps us in that reasonable amount of increase. And I was going to ask dollar amount. It's it looked like it was like $7, $8 a month. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this number. I got to add the 83 cents. It's about $8.50. Well, what's the, I guess, total increase that we would be absorbing per month?
For the average, it's $4 to $5.
$5 a month?
About that,
Okay.
on average.
I think that's a fair rate, and it just speaks to what $5 a month really generates. It generates close to $1.2 million per household. So I think that this is fair. I think this is reasonable. I think the spirit of the contract was represented, or the intent of the contracts before was represented here. So I just want that to be a consideration for my colleagues here.
Further comments? Sorry, further comments on discussion there? Mike, please.
Well, I suppose yes. Yeah, there was a reaction to what our city manager mentioned as an average. So, city manager, could you explain that, please?
Sure. Could we go back to the residential collection rates? So, no, we're still, it's there. Thank you. So our average household has the 35-gallon. And so as you can see, it'll be going from $30.60 to $34.66.
Okay.
So that's $4.06. The senior, as we talked about, there's a little bit more of an increase, even though it's still a lower amount. So that is why, so that's just under $5.
And through the, if I could, Mary, and through the contract, Republic is, or the service provider is required to reach out to the community and notify them about the $2 rate, or is that built into the number here? Is there an additional, section 6.02?
I think the assumption is Republic will tell their residents the new rates like now. They post it on their website, so they would be. If you were to adopt the rates, those rates would be made public, and they would share it with all their customers.
So is that number before the $2 or the 6.02 or after? Like, I guess before that.
The 32.66
includes the discount.
Yeah, you can see it's exactly $2 less, so it's forced.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. You had a comment?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Please. All right. Councillor Toms, any other comment you had, or not at this time?
No, I just want to thank my colleagues for comments.
Great. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Can you please just
The motion was to approve and adopt the resolution, but I think the city attorney has a comment.
please go ahead?
Just through the chair, I just wanted to note for the record, for the 218 hearing, we did receive 115 written kind of protests or objections. So just wanted to note that, as identified in the public notice, it would require a majority of the kind of property owners or customers of record. And so not having met that and having conducted the public hearing, the council is now authorized to approve the rates as proposed or make modifications.
Great. Thank you. So we have the motion and a second with no further discussion. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
And Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other public? I'm sorry. Any other comments or motions from council? If no other public comments from council or motions, that'll conclude item 10B, and I'll entertain Councilor Tom's suggestion to move ahead to item 12A.
Thank you.
First, which is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the new solid waste franchise agreement with Richmond Sanitary Service for Public Services and to execute a side letter agreement regarding use of city rate stabilization funds to offset maximum service rates. I'll pass it to City Manager Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've already given a presentation mostly about this overall entire package. A couple things of note are this would be bringing the franchise agreement forward. There may be a few minor modifications that might be made, such as typos or other word changes, but otherwise the draft that you see before you is the draft that we are recommending. There is a side letter where we will be using the solid waste fund to supplement the rate so that our community does not feel as big of a rate increase. Those are already reflected in the rates that were already discussed, but that is $200,000 annually. And that is to sort of smooth that curve.
Right. Thank you. We'll bring it back to council for questions. Councilor Toms, any questions?
No.
Right. Councilor Murphy?
No questions right
Mayor
now.
Pro Tem and Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. All right, we'll go ahead and go to public comments. City Clerk, do we have any?
Rafael Menes.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, Council staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess, resident of Pinole, and for item 12A, I've got a couple comments, one of which is a bit of a carryover from 10B. Basically, for the implementation of the rate increases, I noted that and this was in a written comment that I sent to staff, for the annual automatic inflationary increases are approved to be implemented each January 1st, 2027 thereafter, through and including January 1st, 2029. So does that mean on each January 1st, 2027? Or does that mean on each January 1st from 2027, 2028, 2029? Because the way that it's written by default, it looks like it's on each January 1st, 2027, of which there was only one in that 2-year time period. I guess that's maybe more 10B than 12A, but I think it's also in 12A. And then secondly, on the very last page, page number 764, Exhibit 10, acceptable recyclable materials. I was curious about this because it seems like there's a lot more items than in the past were acceptable for public services. Stuff like number 3, aseptic containers, or let's see, number 14, juice and milk cartons. Number 18, mixed plastics. Number 23, pizza boxes, which particularly surprises me. I thought that fell more under green waste. And number 25, plastic film and wrapping. And number 28, polystyrene, styrofoam. I was under the impression that wasn't recyclable. So will all those things be recyclable now under the agreement? That was my main question for item 12A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for any comments or motions.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion on that motion? With no discussion, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Any other motions or comments from the council? If there are no other motions or comments, we will conclude that item, and we will move on to item 11A, which is fiscal year 25-26 revised proposed operating capital budget, and we'll pass it to Director Guillory. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of the public. Tonight I'll be presenting the fiscal year 2025-26 revised proposed operating and capital budget. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation for this item tonight is for the City Council to review the revised proposed budget and provide any direction to staff for any changes to be incorporated in the next version of the budget, which will be the final proposed budget, and that will be presented to the City Council on June 17th for adoption. Next slide. So just looking quickly at how we arrived at the point that we are tonight, we went through our full budget development process, which started around February. We started with our baseline budget, which was presented to the Finance Subcommittee. And at that time, we presented a budget that was balanced and indicated a surplus of approximately $1.4 million. From there, we added in the one-time items in addition to the baseline budget and presented the preliminary proposed budget to the full City Council at its meeting in May, first meeting in May, and also at the special meeting on May 13th, which was the budget workshop. And again, at that point, the budget did indicate a surplus of approximately $1.4 million in the general fund. However, there were budget shortfalls to the tune of $2 million in the other operating funds, so including the Recreation Fund, the Building and Planning Fund, as well as the Pinole Community Television or PCTV Fund. And taking those shortfalls into account, the general fund then had reflected a deficit of $668,000. Since then, a number of measures have been taken to balance not only the general fund to zero, but also to balance the other operating funds, and I'll get into those as I go through the presentation. And then the last step in this process will be to prepare the final proposed budget and to present that on June 17th. Next slide. So as mentioned, as we've gone through this process, the city does work within the framework of its structurally balanced budget policy. And this policy applies to the general fund operating budgets. And the goal is to create a proposed general fund operating budget that is structurally balanced. This helps to ensure that the sustainability of services and expenditure levels are level and sustainable by requiring that ongoing general fund operating expenditures are funded by ongoing operating revenues. Next slide. So some highlights here for the general fund revised proposed budget. One is that the city's baseline budget is balanced at this point. The baseline budget is consistent with the prior forecast. It's what we call a status quo budget, meaning that there are no major changes to service levels or staffing. The budget does include the approximately $2.6 million to be generated from the new half-cent sales tax measure, or Measure I, which was passed by Pinole voters in the November 2024 election. The general reserve policy has been amended and presented. That item will carry forward to the next meeting. And the direction to staff was to reduce the general reserve from 50% down to 25% of total ongoing general fund expenditures, and to transfer the proceeds of that reduction in the percentage over to the Section 115 trust to start to pre-fund other post-employment benefits costs. The budget also includes some staff travel and training reductions. So in looking for ways to reduce the operating budgets, departments did go back and review their budgets in depth and looked at some areas where we could look at potential cuts, or in looking in areas where we had less critical expenditures. So travel and training, we went back and reviewed, and staff is proposing travel and training reductions that equals an amount of about $60,000. And then lastly, it should be noted that at this point, the budget is balanced, but it does not include any potential salary adjustments that could result from labor agreements between the city and the labor unions. Next slide. So our financial goals, our overarching financial goals, not only for the annual budget, but also going forward, is to develop a fiscally sustainable budget, which means living within our means. We want want to ensure that our ongoing expenditures are covered by ongoing revenues and that we're not using one-time resources to fund ongoing expenditures. And we want to do that not only in the current budget year, but also going forward. Another financial goal is to maintain a positive net position for the city, whereby total assets exceed total liabilities. And ways to do that is to maintain a positive cash balance by implementing balanced budgets and not using deficit spending. So again, not using one-time sources to fund our general fund or expenditures or in other operating expenditures. And then also addressing our unfunded liabilities. And one way to start to do that is pre-funding, such as the way that we pre-fund some of our pension costs, and then also have the goal of starting to pre-fund our other post-employment benefits to relieve the annual budgets of those expenditures. Next slide. So this graphic here just shows the various components that make up the revised proposed general fund budget. As I mentioned, the budget, the total budget is $31.5 million. That's our baseline revenue. If we go down to the first box on the bottom, that is our baseline budget, and as we see, that's also $31.5 million. So that shows that it's balanced. And then over to the right, we have our one-time operating budget items to the tune of $469,000, and then several capital improvement projects in the amount of $795,000 will be funded by unassigned fund balance. So this is separate from the baseline budget. And this is an appropriate use of our one-time resources. So we're proposing to use $1.3 million of unassigned fund balance in the general fund. Next slide. So here's a summary of the baseline revenues. So we haven't had any major changes to the last projection that was presented in the preliminary proposed budget, other than in transfers in. So if we go down about 3 rows from the bottom, you'll see a line item that says transfers in OPEB trust. So that would be a transfer in from the OPEB trust that would be transferred into the general fund to help offset some of the OPEB costs that are budgeted in the general fund. So this would work similar to the Section 115 pension trust, where we withdraw a portion of that each year to help offset the increases in the pension costs. It would work the same way for the OPEB costs. So again, here we're projecting a total baseline revenue budget of $31.5 million. This also includes the Measure I proceeds, so that's included in the sales tax line. And we see that it goes from $9.7 million to $12.4 million, and that is because it includes Measure I. Next slide. So here's a summary of the baseline expenditures. This is without the one-time items, and this is also equal to the baseline revenues. The major highlight here would be in the transfers out line item in the form of operating subsidies. So we see an increase there, and that was to build in those additional operating subsidies to the recreation fund, the building and planning fund specifically for planning, and then also for PCTV to continue to support those key programs and services that are not able to generate enough revenue to fully cover their operating costs. Next slide. So as I mentioned in the introduction, we did take a look in some areas where we had less critical expenditures, and departments went through their travel and training budgets and prioritized travel and training. And in most cases, it was reduced by 50% in a department, and some departments even a little bit more. And we looked at those trainings that were mandatory, that we needed to keep in the budget, that were due to mandates such as public safety trainings, and then any other trainings that were required for compliance and to maintain certifications that are essential to a number of job functions across the city. So we kept those in. And we're proposing reductions in staff travel and training of approximately $63,000. Just one thing to note in the police department, some of the training is reimbursed by post, so we didn't make any adjustments there. The $15,000 that you see proposed here is in officer wellness, the officer wellness category, and there could be some impacts there. That is typically is being reduced for sworn and professional staff working in high-stakes environments, and reduce the services provided to staff to ensure that they can adequately perform their duties, including reducing mental stress. But that was the only other area that is not mandated, but it is a significant travel and training expense for the police department. Next slide. So here's a summary of the one-time budget items. And again, these are items that will be funded by unassigned fund balance. They total $1.3 million. The first 2/3 of the table are the one-time items that most of those are carry forwards for items that have been budgeted in prior years but have not been completed, so they've rolled forward. Some of them are residuals, such as the active transportation plan that is actually almost done. This is just the remaining amount of that contract, for example. And then at the lower section, those are several capital improvement projects that we're proposing to fund with this source of funding as well. Just want to point out that the zero emission vehicle and EV charging infrastructure received a grant, so the $75,000 is a grant match. Next slide. So looking at the recreation fund, no significant changes here since the last version, other than in the transfers in, which is the line right above total revenues, you'll see $1.74 million, and that is the general fund subsidy. Next slide. In the building and planning fund, it's the same, no major changes here, with the exception of the transfers in line and the general fund operating subsidy to the building and planning fund, specifically for building is $895,000. But the fund, like the recreation fund, is also balanced. Next slide. For PCTV, the transfer in, or the general fund operating subsidy, totals $362,000, and the fund is also balanced. Next slide. Looking at the sewer enterprise fund, so this fund is fully self-sustaining, mostly by charges for services, and this includes its operating as well as capital improvement projects. So its ongoing revenues is more than sufficient to fund its ongoing expenditures, as well as the capital improvement projects, which are mostly funded by the accumulation of the fund balance in the sewer enterprise fund. The fund also includes one additional associate civil engineer that was approved by the City Council during the last meeting. So that is reflected in the numbers as well, and that position will be dedicated to advancing a number of the capital improvement projects in the sewer enterprise. Next slide. So a few budget updates since the last meeting. These are some of the items that we discussed and received direction on, so just wanted to provide some updates. On consent tonight was the reserve policy amendment, and as I understand, that's going to continue until the next meeting. The budget does, however, include the changes here. So the direction was to reduce the reserve level from 50% to 25%, or 3 months of total ongoing general fund expenditures, and to transfer the proceeds of $2.4 million from the general reserve over to the Section 115 trust to set aside funds for the other post-employment benefits. And then a portion of that would be used to transfer into the general fund to help offset the increases in costs for OPEB. Again, similar to the pension method that we use. So looking at the summary here, we expect to end this current fiscal year with a balance of $10.3 million. We would need to leave $7.9 million in the general reserve to meet the 25% policy level, and that would free up $2.4 million to be transferred into the OPEB trust. Next slide. So other updates, as I mentioned, the City Council approved staff to include a new associate civil engineer that's been added. Also directed staff to explore financing for major road projects in the amount of $15 to $20 million over a 15-year period. So we will gather that information and return to the City Council at a future meeting with a presentation on debt financing for roads. Next slide. And then lastly, staff will need direction on this item tonight for the City Council travel and training allocations. So currently the budget does include $4,250 in the budget for each council member. So that reverted back to the original amount for the fiscal year 2024-25. During the middle of the current fiscal year, there was an increase of $12,000 per council member. And as staff understood at that time, that was a one-time adjustment. And so the amount did revert back to the $4,250 for fiscal year 2025-26. So we would ask for direction on that amount, and we would make that adjustment in the budget. We also should keep in mind that if we do make any changes or increase that amount, we will need to reduce an amount somewhere else to keep the budget in balance. So the little chart below just provides some additional numbers on what that would look like if we were to go with the scenario in the middle. That would add $15,500 to the budget, and if we go with the third scenario, that would add $38,750 to the budget. Next slide. So in conclusion, the fiscal year 2025-26 revised proposed budget, the general fund baseline budget is balanced. However, it is very lean, meaning that there's not much room to add anything without taking something else away. We are continuing to explore options to generate additional revenue. We're looking at grant opportunities, sponsorships, fee increases, and others, as well as looking at ways to capture expenditure savings, which we will continue to do throughout the fiscal year. Next slide. And lastly, if the City Council directs any changes to the budget tonight, we'll incorporate those and present the final proposed budget for adoption on June 17th.
Thank you, Director Guillory. We'll go to council questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have a question. So since we continued that other item to the next meeting, can we act on this item since it's based on the 25% reserve?
So there's no action tonight. However, if that is not approved, then we will have more work to do on the budget because we do have a transfer in from the OPEB trust into the general fund.
I see.
So that would change things.
Okay, that's one.
Right, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say about I just wanted us to have a larger conversation about the budget before I felt like it was out of order, really. I mean, I don't mind even looking at that item after this conversation. I just felt like since we're talking about the budget, perhaps let's talk about the budget and then make the reserve policy change.
Okay.
But again, seeing that staff was kind of fine with it moving to the next meeting, I didn't feel like we needed to rush that conversation either. I thought we would be here much later, so sounds like we're in a good timing. To my questions, a couple of questions. So as of now, the understanding from staff's perspective is the associate engineer position is approved. So that's included in the current budget. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can we please be provided the job description and key responsibilities for that associate engineer position before or by the next meeting?
Okay, yes.
Is that, yeah, I know that, I know we talked about it in the wastewater treatment subcommittee, but I just want to make sure that we're getting a clear understanding of like what that role is doing prior to us approving the entire budget.
Okay.
It is a pretty costly expense, and I know it's coming from an area where we do have a little bit more luxury, but I just want to make sure like we're clear about those expectations. And it also seems like this is something that will be, again, an ongoing cost. It's not just a one-year position.
Yes.
It's going to be ongoing. So if we can get that those key responsibilities and job description, I think that'd be great.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay. I'm going to pinpoint a couple things that I saw in the budget details, not on your agenda or not on your presentation, but I just wanted to lift it up. The tree lighting event. So every year we have a wonderful tree lighting event. Some years have been better than others. And so I just was wondering for the tree lighting event, I would like to see, and I hear a lot of residents like to see a tree that was similar in size and impact to the 2023 tree, not the 2024 tree. So can we confirm that this year's budget reflects that preference and not a smaller version like the 2024? Thank you, Director Dwyer.
As soon as I heard tree lighting, I should have come up. My apologies. My apologies.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your question, and I love that question. We heard that so much, so much.
I heard it a lot too.
I'm so sorry.
Bringing it up.
So we almost resent the tree back. So what happens is it's true, we don't get to see the tree until it arrives. And so what we did tell the company this year was, one, you're gonna let us know in advance of what the tree looks like, making sure it's full. So it's a lot, it's growing, and then we pay a certain dollar amount. It's the same dollar amount.
Okay.
And then sometimes in shipment, it gets leaves break, branches break. Those things happen, but this one was very lackluster. Our great public works staff even tried to go in there and like add branches through it.
I know they did there.
So and like bigger ornaments. So we really tried. But to answer your question, yes, the dollar amount, yes, we will get a fuller tree.
Okay.
We will get photos before to make sure we get the best bang for our buck.
Okay. Can I ask, just to be very clear, in 2023, are we able to see the receipt of that tree? I mean, I know it was gifted to, we paid for a tree and then we got a gifted bigger tree.
Yes.
Are we able just to track that down and have a very clear understanding? I'm sorry to be a stickler on this. No. I heard it was one of the pain points of the holiday tree lighting, which I know is we work so hard on that event. It's one of the most special events, I think, for so many people in the city. So I just want to like make sure the due diligence was done, and I'm doing a due diligence to my residents by bringing it up. Like,
yeah, I love that. So I just want to be specific in my answer to you.
Okay.
Is you were asking about the year we got it donated or this past year?
So in 2024,
yes.
December of 2024. Yes. I received a lot of
yes.
poor feedback from the community about the tree size. In 2023, I received a bunch of great feedback about the fullness. I think it seemed taller to people as well. Yes, that was that looks bigger. Yeah.
Yes.
For the record, Councilmember Thomas was showing me a picture of the 2023 tree, so folks know. Yes. But I just want to be clear that we can get to that standard and impact.
That should have been our Pinole standard. I was new and did not get to see that that's how it happened. So I had also as your director, had a lot of questions about that and how we need to make that better in the future.
Okay.
So city manager and I talked a lot about the holidays and how we will get that improved. And I don't even mind showing the community this is what's coming. I think that's really important and transparent for the dollar amount we do. I would love to seek a donation. If anybody's interested in donating, let me know. We are going to also seek that out as well, but it was similar in pricing and similar in size is what I was told to the year before. Gotcha. Can I track that donation? I can ask the questions,
okay.
But what I can do is track last year's purchase because it was our purchase.
Okay, and I do have a number of folks who will be willing to donate. I don't know if they'll be willing to donate the full amount, so I can just, of course, circle back to the city manager.
We could even do like a fundraiser. We have programs that will do fundraise toward our tree because that would be something really magical as well.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Dr. Dwyer.
Thank you so much for your question.
2 more questions, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Measure I funding. So, and thank you again, Director Dwyer. I'm like, tree lighting. It is I think everybody in this room was like, that is one of our most special events.
No more Charlie Brown tree. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a great tree. Beautiful tree.
So Measure I, of course, this is the first year we're really tracking those dollars, and we kind of had conversation similarly around Measure S. So I kind of wanted to kind of dig into like a funding overview. So in this year's budget, because this is the first time we're seeing Measure I really integrated into it, and we already had comments regarding another item about this, but I'm wondering, how is Measure I funding allocated in this budget, and could you walk us through the plan uses and priorities of it?
Yeah, so it's the way that it's funded. So it's a general fund, and it's in the details in the budget document, but it is going toward public safety is a large portion of it.
Okay.
Road maintenance is another portion. Parks maintenance, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it's mapped out on the budget. Park maintenance, and then also a portion to recreation, for recreation programs.
Fantastic. Thank you for that overview. And then, if you don't have it now, are we able to circle back at the next meeting about what percentage of Measure I? So it sounds like you got the big buckets, but can we get like what percentage of Measure I funds are allocated to each department by the next meeting, so that we can kind of? I think we should really do our best to kind of just track Measure I. I know it's a general fund revenue source, but I do think that it's really important for us to, especially like in terms of our presentation, we really have to showcase to the community the importance of this measure. And I just want to make sure that folks kind of can see that time and time again, similar to kind of how we've done with Measure S. And so, yeah, I would just look forward to seeing that. I know it's pieces of that in the presentation or the staff report, but just like to your presentation next time, I think it would be important. I do find that a lot of residents are asking, what are we doing with Measure I funds? And I oftentimes tell people Measure I was not a specific tax. I think because of different messengers, right? People thought it was. But in that same notion, I'd like to see, and really to the council, this is a conversation to the council, would like to see us be very, very clear about how we're using that money, especially at the onslaught of it. I mean, because we're just getting it in.
Yeah, so if I may respond to that.
Oh, yeah,
too.
please.
So I will include a summary in the staff report for the next one. And then also, it is kept separately by fund. So although it rolls up to the general fund, it does have its own fund, similar to the Measure S funds, and that is audited at the end of each year. So there are separate audit reports also that shows how the city used those funds, and it's reconciled to the ballot language.
Fantastic.
So that's a part of the audit. But I'll also reference where it shows the details in the budget document as well, so that's easy to find. And I'll do the breakdown by department.
Gotcha. And just to follow up, the audit of those numbers or the Measure I, is that going to be its own agenda item, or does that come in the CAFR?
It's so it's a part of the ACFR, yes, but there are a couple of what we call small reports that also accompany the ACFR. So there's one for each Measure S, and now Measure I will be included in that as well.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Director Guillory. And that was my last question, Mayor.
Thanks. We'll go to Councilmember Toms.
I have no questions.
All right, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Right, I do have a few questions here, and Dave, you can go to page 10 of the presentation, travel and training and budget reductions. And I know, Director Guillory, you touched on a few there. Any way you can expand on exactly what specific trainings are impacted in each department? Or is that something that staff might have to come back to us with details about?
Yeah, we could, I guess just an overview is some of them were some professional conferences for the most part, and our various professional areas of expertise. Some memberships to a number of professional associations. Those were the majority of them, and we could, if you wanted more details, I can go back to the departments and provide that, those lists. And then as I mentioned for PD specifically, that was officer wellness programs.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it'd be great if staff would come back with more details about exactly what trainings are impacted. I know with community development, there's certain conferences where they go to, I think, meet some construction and developers to see and what they can bring back to the city. I know with PD, that's gonna be really crucial because, as you mentioned, there are some things impacted there that could possibly take care of our officers who experience trauma on the job. So we'd love to I would personally love to hear more details about what is impacted there. My second question is, if it's not on the slide there, but on page 125 of the revised proposed operating capital budget, this is for the Public Works Department where they have the table of position summaries. One of the positions here is the park caretaker. Can we get some explanation about exactly what that is and the roles and responsibilities that are associated with that position?
So from what I understand, and it's been vacant for quite some time, there is a reduced rent for a person to reside in the caretaker's house and to maintain, I guess, the grounds around that area. Kelsey, is there?
And then
Sorry,
just
City Manager
another
Young.
question on that as well. How long has that position been vacant as well? But City Manager Young, please go ahead.
So that is, Director Guillory explained it the way that I understand it as well. And then as far as it has been vacant.
At least 3 years. Yeah.
Yes.
3, maybe even 4 years at this point.
And even though that position is there, it is not funded right
It's
now.
not funded for this fiscal year.
It would be funded by whoever occupies the house.
Exactly.
And it's just a reduced rent.
Gotcha. So the value there is sort of like
$15,000.
calculated by what the equivalent would be for rent for
Yes.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just ask a quick question
Sure.
on that?
Yeah.
So are we, it's 0.25 in the staff report for that. Are we anticipating bringing someone into, I'm a little confused about that in the staff report. I'm seeing that as a public works position at 0.25, I believe it was.
Mhm.
Can you just clarify what we're doing there? Or?
We're not planning on really doing anything with that right now. We are possibly going to come back at a later date and with a recommendation.
For usage of the of the
Exactly.
space. So can you clarify why in the staff report we would have 2.25 on that section? Am I looking at it right, or?
Sure. So sometimes when we have the positions, the way that we have been doing this, and everybody feel free to jump in too, we will hold that space because it's not going to actually cost us for anything, so that should there be an opportunity for us to look at that in the future, we haven't completely just cut that position fully, so then we can bring it back to council for another discussion, possibly at mid-year or something, if circumstances have changed financially.
And so that 0.25 is not a calculated amount of expenditure? Is that an expenditure?
That's a portion of a full-time equivalent. So it would just be 0.25% of full-time. Yeah, so it's basically a part-time position.
But how much is that? That mean, I don't understand why that would.
Well, we would only receive revenue if it were occupied, which is the $15,000.
Okay.
That's the rent that would be paid for the person occupying that.
Okay. I'm
the
still not
house.
understanding, and perhaps So for example, the associate civil engineer is listed as 1.0 in Public Works.
Yes.
That's also budgeted in the budget.
Yes.
The 0.25 is listed there in Public Works, but it's not budgeted in the budget?
It's not funded because it's not occupied. Yeah, so that one is a little bit different from the typical position.
go. Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
there's no funding source for it unless it's occupied.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, I don't have any other. Actually, I do have a question. In the part of the budget here where it outlines some of our special events, I believe it's page 170, and it would be 42515 special events. For the car show, do we know how much? Because I know it's privately hosted. How much the private entity puts into that event? Whether it's a one-to-one match or if it's a certain percentage, I'd love to just get those details.
Thank you, Mayor. So a percentage, you're asking how much we get back from the event organizer?
Yes, or how much does the event organizer put in, and how much is our
Sure.
match?
Yeah. So City council budgets $30,000 within the community services event, so it's not our event, but it's one that we pay for. With that, the collectors pay things like a park permit fee. They pay for a parade permit fee, which is done through the police department. Obviously, the parks one is done through the parks department. Those are under $100. Just really depends on the master fee schedule, but minimal, $25, $50 here and there. Those are paid for at the beginning. Then the event organizer does donations after the event. They, at times, could go to things like PCTV, which is a part of our city. They could also go to Little Leagues. It could also go to different organizations. We have a list of ones that they've gone to previously. As far as what the city brings in from them after for direct revenue, it's pretty much a donation to their choosing.
Thank you for that. As a part of $30,000 that we do put in, does it also reflect the staffing costs as well? So public works and police services, everything else is required?
The total for the supplies plus the staffing is closer to $70,000 as reflected last year for the 2024 car show. That includes public works, that includes the police department. Those are a little bit higher of numbers because it accounts for staff all day. There's no way to just separate the police department from just that event versus them working the streets, their general operations that night. It's just the full day's cost for staffing.
How much would you approximate that to be? In terms of staffing costs for public works, police, and other.
Yeah, it's about
40,000.
30,000, 35,000. I can pull the exact number. We did just share it, but it's about 35,000. The total came out to 70 for event supplies, staff time, overtime, because that's what happens for that long of an event.
Okay, gotcha. And then that brings I think sparks curiosity for the other events as well. So I think looking at the more higher priced events, so the July 4th event.
Yeah.
For staffing costs, how much do you approximate for that on top of the total cost for that event?
Yes, excuse me. I'm going to pull this sheet for you just to give you the exacts. The staff one, I'm going to take a quick minute to get that back to you, Mayor. I apologize. It's on another sheet, but that one is not at the top of my head right now, but I do have the report for that I can pull quickly.
No worries. I'm going to come back to this in my comments. So
okay, I'm going to pull it right now.
Great.
Is that the one for you? Okay.
That's the only one for me.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So sorry about that, but it just occurred to me after this conversation, the transfer in. So we all know that there are departments that are significantly underfunded. So there's not the revenue generation. Has there been, I guess, and I know those are part of the strategies to get us to, that net zero that we're looking for. I guess the question I had broadly is, looking at these transfers in, I guess there's going to be another conversation, but overall, would you say this budget is relatively conservative? Because I know there's going to be a lot of work from now until our mid-year to try to settle up what those models look like, analysis that goes through with the events and how they can be reimagined. So through the mayor, I'm just wondering, city manager, when we look at these numbers, can we say that it is relatively conservative? We don't know what Measure I is going to actually bring in, right? But we can estimate based on numbers that we have. This vehicle impact fee there's a number that is going to be generated, and I know that money for the Measure I doesn't come in like every month. It comes in a installment, right? Or a check that we're anticipating. I guess there's a sequence, right?
No, it comes in. So
monthly?
It comes in with the sales tax. So yes, it's monthly, but
Okay,
there's
great.
there's like a 2-month lag.
Got it. Okay. So I'm just trying to understand, looking at this budget and looking all these transfers in, there are departments that are significantly underfunded. Can we say that this budget and come mid-year will have a better temperature of where we are budget-wise, and then really understand what these transfers amounts look like? And then moreover, how do you balance that with our service costs, right? I guess I'm trying to understand, like, hey, are we on a knife's edge? Or are we just building in a conservative amount so that we know that if we get to a point where budget review, we can implement back in the training budget and we can start getting back to what we originally planned here? Because I think there was a lot of reductions that we made going into this. I'm just trying to gauge, how conservative is this budget? Or would you say that this is that knife's edge?
So if I may, there's a lot of factors here. And so right now, I think because of where we currently are in our economy, there's a lot of unknowns still. So you absolutely hit the nail on the head when it comes to the fact that over the next few months, we're going to be doing quite a bit of analysis. We're also going to be looking at some potential other revenue sources. When it comes to events, for example, Director Dwyer and I are both, I think, looking at this from a different perspective than it's typically been looked at in the past, where we're tracking the actual costs far more specifically than we were doing before. And we're also bringing that forward to council as part of this larger discussion. Is there a possibility that we may have the better revenue and we might be a little bit more comfortable in the future? I sure hope so. There's also, though, the possibility, because the economy is so unknown, I will put it that way right now, that we're having to make a lot of assumptions in a few different directions. So at the moment, we're somewhat balanced on a knife's edge, because there's still a lot of potential expenses. There might be a reduction in sales tax due to tariffs. We don't really know what that's going to look like. So right now we're balanced on a knife's edge. I think there's a good chance that come mid-year adjustment, we'll have a much better understanding of what our economy is going to look like. And so I will say we are trying to be somewhat conservative in order to account for anything that might be along those lines. I tend to want us to make sure that we are in a good point, so I wouldn't mind if we were a little bit even more conservative. But it's definitely something that I think we can probably reassess in another 6 months or so.
I see. Okay. I'm just thinking of all the programs that everybody's relying on, and as we see these costs going up, we've done a lot of work to try to keep those costs as low as possible for a long time. But I think we're coming to this point where those costs are now hitting the budget to where it's okay. We have to understand: is there more we can do? And to those services, I just want to make sure that the impact is metered, meaning that if we had $100 increase, that maybe there's a way to do $20, for 5 months, or if there was a way to just make sure that we minimize the impact to those programs. But I guess we'll know more in the next couple months. And I guess, I just wonder if there's a significant amount of money there that we we underestimated and we come in with a higher dollar amount. Are there opportunities for us to adjust this? Okay, during that time. All right, great. Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions of staff at this time? If not, we'll go to public comment. We'll go to Director Dwyer first before public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So in double checking figures, it is $35,000 was for the car show, and then $16,000 was for the 4th of July, just for staffing cost.
And that's on top of the $35,000 for the 4th of July? The staffing cost, the $15,000.
Staffing cost is on top of, that's separate, yeah. So these are the dollars that are in our budget are for operations, supplies, entertainment, drone shows, things like that.
Perfect. Thank you for finding the
Yes,
answer.
thank you so much.
Let me make a comment on it, but what was the attendance at that event?
For 4th of July, 3,000 people came to the 4th of July last year.
So I think the hard part for me is that when we take that dollar amount and divide it by the amount of people, I think it's like 10 cents per person. just $3,000 or $30,000 budget. I'm just giving you like a number.
Oh, 30,000 for car show?
Well, I use 30,000 for the
Okay.
the
4th of July.
4th of July.
Okay.
But I'm trying to equate that dollar amount for the impact, right? And understand that with the community, because honestly, if we start talking about reducing these events or putting these events on pause, in theory, you're going to have 3,000 people saying, "Hey, where's the 4th of July show?" And I don't know if there's mechanisms in place for us to say, well, wait a minute, the town really values that. We should keep it in the budget, but find a way to fund it through another vehicle. Or is it a ticket event? Or is it, you know what I mean? Like, how do we restructure that? But I know that that's all work that's coming.
And through the Mayor Pro Tem, to your point about the fees as well, I just wanted to offer some, we are bringing back the Recreation Master Fee Schedule, which we haven't done in a very long time, as far as really looking at neighboring agencies and seeing where Pinole lands. And so City Manager Young did conservatively estimate that revenue, but by doing that, we're going to be bringing our services to really match the quality and the cost more so than we have in a really long time.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Please.
Director Dwyer, were you saying the car show or the 4th of July show had a 3,000 people attendance?
I said the 3,000 attendance was for the 4th of July.
July show.
Yes.
Okay, clarify. Okay.
Yes.
And you all did that the same way you do events, kind of like with the
Yeah,
clicker?
the 4th of July was actually one that I strongly would hold myself to because there was a single entrance.
Right.
Because the food truck line was, that wasn't an entrance gate. There was one entrance because of items that were prohibited. So that when we did have a person during the whole event there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did my math wrong. So it was $5.33.
10 cents
per
is
person. I did my math wrong. That was like 30,000. Wrong number.
great.
But we can say that there is an actual dollar amount for the service provided, and I think we got to figure out those service models. Yeah.
Thank you, Director Dwyer.
Thank
And
you.
Councilor Martinez-Rubin, you might have a question or?
Question. So when you have an estimate of staff cost per event, that staff cost is whatever FTE there is times salary, or what is it, hourly rate times number of hours times the different staff there. Is that how you calculate it?
A little different, only because for myself, it's salary. There's certain positions that are FTEs that are salaried. So I wouldn't take the 4th of July. I'd take July 2nd or something to offset that. And so my dollar amount isn't necessarily correlated in there. In the past, it hasn't been correlated in these dollars, so you wouldn't see that. What's in here are things like we went to our finance and said, run a report for what we had to pay out for these dates, for our part-time staff, for our full-time staff, any police officers, any FTOs, any overtime. So they were able to calculate it more so from a more factual rather than a guesstimate. But there is a little bit of both in there because, for instance, if I'm not in there or if we just had a salaried employee attend, but then it didn't get reflected on timesheets because they didn't. So there's a little bit of a guesstimate in there as well, but this is more so reflective of those who were paid for their work that day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dwyer. I apologize, Ms. Rupert. We'll go to public comment right now.
Rafael Menes and Irma Ruport.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I've got a few comments related to council member questions as well as things that followed on from that. First off, with regards to the car show, I note that besides the direct economic impacts of the contributions back from the car show host to whatever entities they decide to contribute that money back to, there's also the indirect economic development impacts of having the car show in Pinole rather than, say, Hercules or somewhere else. And I know that's an issue that's come up in the past around discussions of the car show and funding for it or whether or not it's in Pinole at all. So I guess my question through the mayor to staff would be, does staff have any estimates of sort of the indirect economic impact of the car show on basically the city of Pinole / surrounding businesses as part of its economic development model? And then secondly, with regards to the comments about Measure I funds, I noted that there was a segment in the budget, I think it was fund number 107 on page 340, that listed out the specific values that Measure I funds are planned to be expended on. It says Division 221 Police Operations, it's going to be $1,752,454. For road maintenance, it's going to be $182,752. For park maintenance, it's going to be $356,256. And then for transfers out, and I'm not sure what that's to, it's $300,000. And you can see all of that on page 340. With regards to where cuts are being made, I feel unease around classifying cuts to police, health, and wellness as falling under training. That seems sort of like a different thing to me, categorically speaking. I give it may be similarly non-mandatory spending, but given the city's budget constraints around, being able to do anything at all with police salaries, I would suggest that perhaps cutting police health and wellness support would potentially have negative impacts on retention to be considered as part of, the broader policy impacts of funding. And finally, I would note that, if the various departments are making cuts to things like health and wellness and other sort of semi-core functions, that increasing funding to the city council for increased travel looks bad, frankly, just as a pure matter of optics. If you're saying, okay, we're going to cut funding from healthcare for the police so that we can have the council go on a trip to some conference or other, it just doesn't look great. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
I'll make it really quick. About the Christmas tree, Mayor, I did get a lot of comments out there when we were out there. It looked a little dark, so maybe we could hang some lights around downtown. Maybe, from one end of the street to the other. We used to do that before, and it looked very decorative. And the other thing is about the classifications, new job descriptions. As the previous HR person, I would like to see job descriptions put on the agendas items when they're open, and so that we can have a description on what kind of requirements and education you need to be in that position. And then the next thing about the car show. I sent an email to all of you, and I think Attorney Casher has seen it. I would like to some of those comments or some answered as soon as possible. And also, if there's any damages at these shows, especially because the car show is a private one, if there's any damages, needs to be assessed. Any deposit of damages, they need to pay for it if it's privately, because I don't think the taxpayer should be putting in that kind of money and repairing. So maybe a deposit for that. And the other thing too, PCTV. I haven't seen PCTV for the last month and a half on the events. Cut it off. Let's get some of that funding, and if we're not going to use it, let's do something with it in terms of using that funding somewhere where you can utilize that. And the other thing, I do want to make a comment about the council training and travel. I totally agree that you need to travel training. You need to get out of the city, go other places, network, and get some of these, put Pinole in the map, in other words. So I do appreciate for all of you who go traveling, who go outside the city, which hasn't been done before. Some people won't even go 5 miles out of the city. But I do like it when you go out and report back that you've seen some people that really could impact the city in their position that they're in. So thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you for the public comments. City Clerk, any other public comments?
Yes, we have Anthony Vosbrink online.
Good evening. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I had a few questions. Revisiting the numbers for the car show, but and the 4th of July show. So the car show is costing $70,000 closely in total budget to the city. So would you value the car show without having the estimated numbers of attendance? Would you value the car show over the 4th of July drone show? Because I think there's some kind of disconnect there, as well as the numbers that were told to us last year and the previous year that we overspent and under budgeted for the 4th of July show by roughly $30,000 to $50,000 when we try to hook up 2 years in a row and failed 2 years in a row with the city of Hercules and on fire putting the kibosh on the fireworks show out on our bay waterfront at the foot of Tennant and Bayfront there, and that the last fireworks drone show for the 4th of July was budgeted at somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000, but it ballooned to $80,000. And Chief Neil Gang, I thought, told us that we're going to have to stick with that last year, but we wouldn't have to stick with it this year. So how did $80,000 or close to that last year mushroom backwards or down to $35,000 this year? And I don't think, and a lot of people don't think, that money was well spent with regard to the type and quality of drone show we got. Not to mention that another city in the US of A had a drone show, and they had technical problems, and it crashed down into the ground and injured numerous numbers of people. So if we have 2,000 or 3,000 people there, hopefully if it does not crash down, it'll go into the creek.
Sir,
or
you have
somewhere
45
down
seconds.
to the bay, if possible. And also with reducing the city from the cash reserve from 50% to 25%, what's up with that? Because other cities have a 60, 70% cash reserve, but why is Pinole going down to 25%? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Just want to check one more time.
There are no more public comments.
If not, we'll bring it back to comments of the council, starting with Councilmember Toms.
Yes, I want to thank staff for putting this together. You were asking for direction on council travel and training.
Yes.
I would like it to, I think it's appropriate that it go back to the $4,250 per council member, especially since other departments are making reductions. I think it's only fair. I think that there are some alternatives to traveling. We don't necessarily need to go visit our Congress people in Washington, D.C., where, they're in town. They're in district, almost weekly and available for meetings. And whether or not that's just a bridge until we, kind of get through our budget issues, I think that's the direction I would like to see us go.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, Director Guillory, can you explain one more time the transfer in process? You're saying the budget is balanced, but I'm still not really understanding that, and I've been looking at the budget for a couple times, so it's also late. So can you explain that again?
Yeah, do you mean the transfer
For the
from
record,
the OPEB or?
Well, what I'm hearing, just clarify. What I'm hearing from you is that there were three funds that in the baseline budget we were challenged with fully funding the last time we saw the budget, and that was the recreation, that was the Pinole community television, and then the building and planning fund.
Yes.
At this point, what I'm hearing from you is that we're fully funding those. In this revised budget we have fully funded those shortfalls.
Yes, we
With
fully
what
funded the shortfalls with the transfer out from the general fund into those funds.
Okay, the reserve or the general fund?
No, from the general fund.
Okay.
So the reserve, that's a separate issue. That's a transfer from the general reserve into the OPEB trust.
Okay.
So that's a little different. But for the operating subsidies, it's just transfers out from the general fund into those 3 operating funds to fill the gaps.
Gotcha.
So they're funded fully to the extent that they can't recover their costs through their fees.
Fees.
Yeah.
Do you have a slide on that? Did you show us a slide on that today?
So it's shown in each of those operating funds. There's a line item that says transfers in with the amount from the
Right.
general fund, yes. And then if we look at the general fund expenditures, we'll see $3.2 million that's being transferred out.
Okay. I don't understand how that balances our budget. I'm not sure how to better understand that.
How it balances the general fund?
Yeah.
Budget?
If we had a shortfall of about $2 million,
Mhm.
and then we use general fund dollars for that, I'm not understanding how it balanced us out.
So the shortfall was in the other funds. It wasn't in the general fund. The general fund had
gotcha.
it had a surplus of $1.4 million.
Okay.
And then the shortfalls in the other 3 funds totaled $2 million.
Gotcha.
So the general fund did at one point have then a deficit of around $668,000.
Gotcha.
And we were able to fill that gap with the way that we're handling the OPEB trust.
Gotcha. So we're zero, right?
Yes, we're 0, and
We're
the
0, okay.
other operating funds are at 0 as well.
Okay, so if we ran anything else, we would, like you said, we would be moving dollars.
gonna be out of
Okay,
balance.
or pulling out of the reserve.
Yes.
Indoor, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. I do have motions, but I'll wait for the rest of the questions.
Great. And we'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
So with regard to direction, I would concur with the comments about keeping the budget amount of $4,250 per council member in light of the training, it's the training and travel being non-critical and not mandated. It is optional training, and there are plenty of opportunities in-state, regionally, provided by, as we know, Cal Cities, as well as the Institute for Local Government, that is accessible to council members. And council members have had the experience now of a year, about a year and a half, to know what's forthcoming in terms of conferences. And so if we all do our share in keeping the budget balanced, it would be a matter of not augmenting that portion of the budget allotted to council members, but rather keeping it as it was in 23-24, which served us just fine until some council members recognized that there were opportunities to travel nationally. But again, those opportunities there are alternatives to those. And with regard to the value of networking can be done as well here in the district offices of congressional representatives. And I think we all are smart enough as council members to recognize that it is a privilege to serve and not an entitlement to receive any funds at all for travel or training, and that we're also smart enough to recognize that we can be selective in the conferences that we attend. And if we use the funds allotted to us, that we also make sure that when we register to them, we actually attend, not just register for them, and that we bring back the information that we have learned for the benefit of the entire community. So that's one set of comments. The other is for the council to consider the redistribution of funds that are now allotted in that special events area of the budget, to consider including what you all supported sometime last year, which was to have the city be the lead agency or the lead organization with regard to honoring our veterans. We don't have a Veterans Day event. And there are models in other cities, as well as in a way, a framework to have that kind of event on Veterans Day, as had been done up until 2023. Some of you are aware, up until 2023, for about 15 years, the Pinole Historical Society, along with the city, coordinated an event that was very well attended, that is documented in archives, that PCTV recorded those events. And we don't have to have that kind of event, but it is an hour on the day of to honor the veterans. And now that we have a connection, most obvious with Valor Village, that we can include or integrate some of those veterans there and help us with that particular activity that would honor them. So the redistribution of funds as allotted in the special events section under community services, my suggestion would be for us to actually itemize a Veterans Day event as part of a special event listing by considering at least $1,000 allotted for the expenses associated with that. It doesn't have to be, we're not going to be bringing trucks, we're not going to be, the expense, really there aren't a lot of expenses associated other than the permits and the staff time. Because it's really a service to the veterans that would pull in resources already available in the county and would further enhance our relationship with those county services as well. So those are some ideas or thoughts or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No other comments.
All right. I do have some comments here. Again, thank you to staff for being willing to come back with the details about the staff travel and training that are being impacted by those changes. And then just to confirm, there's no need for a budget adjustment for the tree lighting to ensure that we have just a better quality tree. For none. I'm seeing that there's none involved. No. Okay. And then one comment I do have is. The July 4th event is by far the most expensive special event that we do host in Pinole. I would not be in favor of continuing that event personally, just given the fact that it's $50,000 we're budgeting for it. On top of that, approximately $16,000 of staffing for it. So what is that, around $66,000. And thank you for bringing up the point about the Veterans Day event. I would be supportive of including that as a line item for this budget. It's been great to connect with the veterans that I know you mentioned Valor Village, hearing their stories, but also talking with some of our staff, right? We have folks who are veterans. I know Eric Wilson in the back in PCTV is a veteran of the Air Force, and we celebrated him last month. And of course, some folks from Public Works are serving the Army. I know a lot of the folks in the community have also served. So I think it is something that is missing from our community at this point in time. I think to Councilor Martinez-Rubin's point, it's not something that would require a big amount of money, nothing grand, right? So I would love to discontinue the July 4th event. I know that Hercules hosts a fireworks show, and I know the reason why we had to switch from fireworks to a drone show in previous years, it was due to, I believe it was environmental concerns as well as wildfire concerns that was brought up by public safety as well. So there's no way that we can switch back to that. I think since we made that switch, it hasn't quite been the same for families who used to detail to me like going to Bayfront Park and enjoying that with their families. It might be one of those things where, as a West County community, we point folks in the direction of Hercules, who has an amazing fireworks show, sort of share those resources in that way. And I think replacing that with a line item for Veterans Day, which I think would be great to honor some of the folks, like I said, the new community members that we have, as well as maybe some folks who I think maybe a Congress member, I think came by one of your Veterans Day events at some point in time, like having them be there as well. So that's my thoughts on that, what I'd love to see be adjusted in that part of the budget. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that if we were to discontinue the 4th of July, that would be for 2026, not 2025.
Understood.
So that would show up in the next fiscal year's budget, or the 26, 27 budget.
It would show up in this year. My understanding is it would show up in this year's budget, but it would not. It would be for the July 4th, 2026 event.
Yeah.
So we would still host the one that staff is planning right now, but
right.
next year's.
And yeah, I like the idea of sharing regional fireworks shows. There is also one on July 3rd in Richmond that's a really good show. Every year they put on. So if we can, in 2026 direct, kind of advertise that on their behalf. I do like the idea of bringing back the Veterans Day celebration. I think that's important.
Thank you. Other thing I want to mention here is I would love to see if staff could explore what are the options for the host for the car show, to see what could they contribute, what could they solicit in terms of sponsorships to maybe make that a little bit more affordable on our end, and see how that could be reflected in the budget. Is that possible? Or is that sort of a tough thing to work out between now and the final budget?
So since we are almost at the end of the budget, that part would be a little bit challenging to be able to come up with an estimate. However, if council wanted to come up with a new amount of a budgeted amount, that's something that we could still work around. It just would probably mean having to scale back in certain areas.
Yeah, thank you. That's understandable. The thing with this event is that I believe staffing is approximately $35,000 for the car show. That's more than the actual dollar amount that's reflected in the budget, right? We're already contributing a really big chunk of our cash just to staffing, police, public works. Any way that we can get like a sort of like a line item breakdown of what's included in the $30,000? Would that be possible? Sure.
So if I can add a little bit, we do have some of that data that we could bring forward. The other piece is, as I mentioned earlier, we are tracking this more thoroughly than has really been looked at in the past, because like I said, we're looking at it from a different perspective. So after this particular event, we'll be able to have a much better grasp of exactly what the costs are. Additionally, one of the questions that was asked earlier is about the economic impact. So one of the things that we're also doing is reaching out to local businesses and finding out for this event and others how they are impacted by our events, both positively and negatively. So we'll be able to bring back that data as well.
Thank you. And it's one of those things I know that the public commenter had mentioned. How do you quantify the economic benefit of that event in particular, right? I'm just getting qualitative data from business owners around San Pablo Avenue. I know Francisco from Paris Street said, business is better on that day. But how do we quantify that into, I guess, sales tax revenue coming into the city? Is not quite possible. But I do know that it is an event that brings in a lot of folks very special to people. So with that being said, oh, please go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so in regards to the staff budget, the staff training budget, I would like to see that given back to staff. I know there was a exercise for that to be cut. What would staff's recommendations be if the council decided that we actually want our city staff to have that budget back?
You mean to add all of it back? Yeah. Or we would just need to find the funds somewhere else in the budget?
What would you all recommend?
I don't have a recommendation right now. I need to go back and assess. I don't know if City Manager Young has any.
I wouldn't have necessarily a recommendation just yet. I think there's a few different areas that we could maybe look at. From the staff side, everything has been, this is probably about the 7th version that you all are seeing at this point. I mean, not that you've seen the 7 versions, but there's us working through that and going through with a very, 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 very sharpened pencil on taking out as much as we can. So the areas that I think could still be looked at would be events, would be, goodness, there's not much at this point that we could actually continue to cut.
I wasn't saying to cut more. I was saying to give back the recommendation of cutting your budgets. Where would you find that money? What would be your recommendation for us to find that money? You're talking about $56,000, which is
or 60,
Point
63.
63, thank you.
63. Again, it would just have, we would have to reduce somewhere else, like City Manager Young mentioned, possibly looking at events and what we spent on that and what's available there, but I can't think of any other areas because everything else goes to towards operations.
Okay.
So that's really, really tough. I mean,
Gotcha. And then, so where's the $2.5 million that you all have suggested for OPEB? Where is that? Why is that number the number?
so that is the number because of the amount that's available if we were to reduce the general reserve from the 50% down to 25%.
Okay, so if we did 26%, what would be the number? Or if we did,
You mean then our reserve
we did
would be
25%,
24% instead?
It would have to go down more, actually.
okay, so if we did
yeah.
25% and then instead of 2.4 million into OPEB, we just, instead of 2.5, could we give 2.4 to OPEB? And then give staff
So we're
their training budget
transferring
back?
2.4 right now, so are you saying transfer
2.3,
less?
excuse me,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, less to,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm asking. You all are you're saying you're looking at this budget 7 times. We would love to look at this budget 7 times. Well, I would love to look at this budget 7 times, but this is the 3rd time I'm seeing this. So I'm asking you all what your recommendations are and why the numbers we have are the numbers. It sounds like it's flexible. It doesn't sound like California, the state of California is saying you all have to give us 2.4 million in the Section 115 trust. Is that correct?
well, that's the amount that it works out to
Right.
because we're reducing the general reserve level. That's,
Totally.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not like that's a required amount to give to our Section 115 trust today. That's not required.
No, that's not required.
That's a number that we can
No.
work with. Right.
But-
And so, I'm still at the honest opinion that, I think that number one, we have a lot of rotating staff. Since I've been on this council, we've completely had a staff turnover, which is great. I really appreciate that. I also feel like in the same way, there are council members who I see needing additional support and training often. And I think we all can benefit from that. And I think part of this conversation is that I was looking at our 2022 long-term financial plan and realizing that a lot of those policy alternatives, we still haven't looked into yet. So I think we need to consider those alternatives and consider maybe funding, maybe we amend the reserve to 25%, and instead of putting all of that into Section 115, we put everything except for the staff training budgets and the council's training budgets. It sounds like that's an option, at least, to consider. Is that correct?
So it would be an option to consider. One of the things to just be aware of is that it would put us in a position for most likely having a larger deficit next year.
Mm-hmm. But we're going to have a deficit next year at this point anyway, because that's our forecast, unless we find additional revenue sources. Is that correct?
So what we have been working on is trying to, by doing this with the reserve, being able to have more or less the ability to have a balanced budget over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
The more that we front-loaded in this year, the more challenging that's going to be over the next few years. And
Right.
we still are going to have to find additional revenue sources because in about 3 years, we have to make either find significant revenue or make some significant changes.
Gotcha. Okay. I have a motion for that additional. We talked about that in our meeting, but it sounds like, again, on one hand, I'm hearing a lot of certainty about things, and then on the other hand, I'm hearing uncertainty. Right? We don't know on one hand, we don't know really what the market is going to look like. We're going to look at the budget again in 6 months. On the other hand, we're confident that it doesn't seem like we're actually sure about where we are. And so that's okay. I just want to be clear about us being agile in this moment. And for me, I'm like, we're giving numbers. For example, we just said 2.4 million, and that's because we're just decreasing from 50 to 25%, right?
Yes.
That's not a number that is going to, and I think somebody said it earlier, it's not going to fulfill our OPEB liability to the state of California or to the people who obviously are receiving those benefits, right? So what I'm saying is, perhaps because we have a lot of uncertainty, we continue with what we're doing, and we also invest in our staff and also invest in the leadership of our council with $100,000, which is what we're looking at there, because that's the number we're looking at. So instead of doing 2.4, maybe we do 2.3 and then fund our staff and our city council travel and training budgets. Would that be an idea you all would consider?
Well, we're going to follow council direction, so whichever direction you all choose to go. We just want to be clear that this will make it more challenging to balance the budget next year.
$100,000 more challenging? For sure.
Well,
I do have an idea to a motion that I think also would provide an additional policy alternative to support that $100,000 gap that we're looking at. That would be different today than was proposed in this budget.
You're welcome to make any motions if you.
Oh, cool.
Like.
Well, again, I mean, I think that a couple things stick out to me. I think, I have been on this council since 2020. I think it's really important that we lean into some of the work we've done. In 2022, we adopted the long-term financial plan, listing out a number of different alternatives, policy alternatives. One of them has been the conversation around commercial cannabis tax and permitting. And I think we need to lean into it. I would, see this as a critical opportunity for us to, again, invest in our community and invest in our city. And so I would move that, to direct staff to explore the feasibility of establishing a commercial cannabis tax and or permitting program in the city of Pinole, including potential revenue projections, regulatory models, community impacts, and legal considerations, and to return to the city council with a report and recommendations within 180 days.
Great. And I just want to check with staff that's feasible. Is that motion clear? To Director Guillory or city clerk or city attorney? Or
I did capture a portion. I'd love it, if you have it
repeat
written to read it one more time, just so that I have it.
Yes, Clerk Bell. So I said I moved to direct staff to explore the feasibility of establishing a commercial cannabis tax and or permitting program in the city of Pinole as per the 2022 long-term financial plan, including potential revenue projections, regulatory models, community impacts, and legal considerations, and to return to the city council with a report and recommendations within 180 days, which is 6 months, which is around the time that we'd look at the mid-year budget or mid-year adjustments.
Thank you.
That'd be great. I'll second that. Yes, please. Please go, Mayor Pro Tem.
I know that that's an item that we had talked about previously. And then was that item calculated into this budget as a revenue source?
No.
So it is separate.
Yeah.
And it is something that potentially could bring in revenue. The question I have is how much, how much is going to cost to get that report by January? And does that mean that we need to pull 2.2 million to the OPEB in order to fund that effort in order to get to that point? Or is that something that staff can work on? I'm trying to understand what that balance is, because like we said earlier, that we are on that edge of, okay, we feel comfortable going into this. But if it is 2.2 and we do time that tax, then that might actually be something that can go to ballot and generate revenue. So I guess I'm trying to understand the timing and then what level of effort that's going to take. And does that have to be adjusted in this budget? Sorry.
No, so this is something that as staff, we've already been discussing, sort of on a higher level. So it's something that while there would be an additional, depending on how we move forward, there would be an additional cost, primarily with our city attorney Casher's time and then my time and also both Director Guillory and Director Whalen, all of us would need to work on that. And then depending on the recommendation, should it move forward with an ordinance versus moving forward with a ballot, in the direction that was there'd be some additional costs, but we could bring that back in the report as well. I wouldn't say that we would need to right now plan on changing our budget for this.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that, by the way. I just.
Thank you. And then just for clarification, is this something that city attorney would lead on as a presentation or possible discussion?
We would coordinate at the staff level. So there really are two options, as mentioned by the city manager. It's an ordinance approach or a ballot measure. So we would be presenting those two options to the city council to receive direction, and a number of us would be working on it. But yeah,
would it be possible to just have a high-level discussion or briefing on those two options in July or August? Because you're talking about a ballot measure and talking sort of like different things, but what could a possible timeline for that be?
I did suggest 180 days, but within that. So
Within it,
obviously,
okay.
if staff
Give
does it
staff-
faster, we do it faster, that's fine. But I mean, I thought within 6 months allows us to, a city manager, and you were talking a little bit about the assessments that staff is going to be doing over this next couple of months. And so I was aiming to be a little bit more intentional in your review of these numbers, what's going on. I mean, we still are looking statewide at the cannabis industry, and so I'm hoping to bring back some of the things I'm learning at trainings that would perhaps be beneficial to our staff, and I think your obvious assessments will also play a part in that. But within 180 days, does that sound doable for staff?
I think that's reasonable.
And then just to clarify, the council, I think we might have had a presentation on cannabis retail tax previously. Do we recall
Yes, it was a couple years ago. I think it was in 22, 23.
So we could potentially borrow from that.
Yeah, we could build on that.
Off that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yes.
If I may comment, yeah. We really would need to, a couple of things, we really would need to update that presentation because circumstances have changed. This statewide experience has changed with regard to that type of tax. It is not as lucrative as one would anticipate or desire. And in addition to that, we would definitely need to include workshop times because we're talking about an idea in a community that is still pretty conservative about that. So there are, again, through Cal Cities, a number of speakers that could be identified. I would propose that if we even have as an agenda item, a presentation by the speakers that have had the experience in other cities, both the pros and the cons of what has occurred. It would give us a glimpse as to what might be possible and go that route instead of having staff work on this just yet. So if you would consider that, I think that would give us as council as well as the public an opportunity to hear this idea as an idea and then also kind of gauge even from a presentation, how receptive the public would be. And recall, we've had the experience of trying to run something as a ballot measure. We've had tonight a presentation by a select group of people who would rather see certain things go to vote. This is one of those there's going to be some controversy around it, I can guarantee you. And that's why we want to have more engagement if we want to go that route.
I agree, I think, with both routes, whether it be measure or whether it be via ordinance, would want to have robust community engagement in that process. And would love to see just what the community says about it. I mean, San Pablo passed theirs, I think it was last year, at 75% approval. The county passed it county-wide a few years back, maybe 2018, with wide approval as well. So I just want to and I think these things happen in phases, right? I think the high-level discussion could happen about what are these two options, what does that mean, and then get into the stakeholder engagement as well. So there is a motion on the table, and is there a second on that?
Repeat the motion again. The motion is, what is the motion?
City Clerk Bill, what did you capture?
To explore the feasibility of establishing a commercial cannabis tax and or permit program per the long-term plan of 2022 with various additional details, which we'll get, I think staff has captured. There's a few additional items there or in the next 180 days to bring that report back. I'm sorry, I didn't capture the details of the things that you listed that you wanted included.
Yeah, I just, again,
The
I said
components.
I moved to direct staff to explore the feasibility of establishing a commercial cannabis tax and/or permitting program in the city of Pinole as per the long-term financial plan of 2022, which would include potential revenue projections, regulatory models, community impacts, and legal considerations, and to return to the city council with a report and recommendations within 180 days.
I'll second that motion. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
So that would be, and I'm just asking this question as a process part. This budget would then reflect that item? Okay, no.
No.
So we're not changing this budget, but the 6-month review will have a different info. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Mayor Pro Tem, what I'm hearing from staff is that over the next couple of months, we really don't actually know fully how the market's going to go, what's going to happen. We're going to be looking at our budget probably monthly, it sounds like, at this point, quarterly at least, which we always do.
Internally, we look at it all the time, but yeah, you'll see it quarterly.
Right, and so one of us as a council member or as a council together has to have an idea on the future in some ways. And what we know, because we have a 10-year forecast, is that the future shows us having a deficit. It showed us before this conversation tonight. And so we already have had this conversation. We have a long-term financial plan for a reason. It's time to start pushing those ideas out. I think we are thinking in some ways this narrative around travel and training is quite frustrating, particularly for me, because I have delivered so much to this agency in conversation, both in conversation and in my time and in my money as an elected, that I have brought so much back to this agency. Those who don't see that, that's their opinion and their site. But I also know that the residents of Pinole are counting on people like at least me to go to these areas and make the connections and make the conversations and not just learn, but also bring back things. I mean, we talk about the partnership for the Bay where we had a housing fellow. That really started from a conversation that, Mayor Sasai and I went to in San Francisco. That was a launch, and then we brought that back. We now have somebody helping us to fund and essentially execute a housing strategy. We talk about, clean energy and these issues that people are dealing with around affordability. And it was because we went to Washington, D.C. to get earmarks that we were able to bring $1.5 million back for housing decarbonization and programs like that. I understand not every council member has that level of thought, perhaps, but I do know that especially when it comes to our staff, I see the value of training and travel as critical to upping the standard in the city of Pinole.
Councilor Murphy, I'm very sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
It's 10:59. I would like a motion to extend the meeting. If anyone has
So
a motion.
moved.
Second.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Council members Toms,
To how long?
10:30 or 11:30.
Second.
Yes, 11:30, yes.
Second. Yes.
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 okay, all in favor.
Thank
Motion
you.
carries.
Please go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, I think that I think we all come with different personalities and different experiences, and so again, as someone who constantly is engaged in the community, as someone who serves on several different boards representing this agency, and as someone who, quite frankly, has received a lot of support in this community, being the highest receiver of votes on this council, I think it's really important that I share that narrative, because those who don't understand may never understand. But I do know that there are people who are counting on us to do better and up the standard in Pinole. And folks who want to stay in Pinole and see their leadership in Pinole, I'm not forcing any council member to use their budget. What I'm saying to you is consider that there are some of us who actually held a higher responsibility and perhaps a higher need for our residents, and they want us to deliver for them. So I share that to say, when I'm thinking about this travel and training budget in council, it does concern me about staff not having it. I had a great conversation, apologies City Manager Young, but I had a great conversation with City Manager Young on Monday, and she expressed the possibility of those cuts not affecting her. Right? As a new city manager, she perhaps can't go to some of these areas that I honestly need her in, because I'm not here every day. So as much as I need a city council training budget or travel budget, I know the city manager's department needs it. I know our community services department needs it. I know our finance department needs it. We are not, when we stop thinking about research and development, we really stop thinking about innovation. And if we stop being innovative, we're actually not going to be delivering for the needs of our community. And so I just wanted to say that because I'm hearing from two opposite ends of the dais this narrative around like why we shouldn't have these training budgets, and it really lacks abundant thinking. And I want us to do better. I want us to consider maybe how that flawed thinking is not actually serving our community and moving us forward. So I'll digress there, Mayor. I do have two other motions to make before the end of the night.
In the interest of time, I'd love to just go to roll call vote unless there's other discussion. If not, City Clerk Bill, please call roll on that motion.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the proposed budget to increase the travel and training allocation for each council member from $4,250 to $12,000.
I'll second that. With no discussion, we do.
Yeah, I have discussion. You know, when we have budget uncertainties, we really should avoid having budgeting in a way that's not sustainable. And by increasing this, I think it sets us up for not being as sustainable. I worked in a public agency probably during 2 cycles of economic downturns where we had to go and ask staff to, take a 5% salary reduction. We've had, having to increase staff's contribution to health care, things like that. And, I just see that if we continue on this trajectory of pulling out of, our reserves, that's where we're headed. So I really want to be mindful of being, having a budget that we can sustain. There are opportunities for training locally that don't cost as much. We can meet with federal agencies there and, our representatives when they're in district that, doesn't involve having to reimburse us for hotel and travel. And I really think that we need to take a look at, being a little bit more conservative with our travel and, training budgets. I was able to go to both Cal Cities and I'm trying to think of the name of the one in Yosemite one year. Yes, I did come out of pocket, somewhat, but it's...
Civic Well, by chance? Civic Well?
Yes, Civic Well, yes, thank you. But I think that we need to really retain some level of, responsible budgeting because it's just going to snowball. In 3 years, it's going to snowball where we're going to wonder, how did we get here? And we're going to have to be looking at drastic cuts. Been there as staff, it's not pretty.
Thank you. I do respect and appreciate your comments on that. I know there's different opinions on this council about this particular issue. My stance has not changed since last year. And thank you, Councilmember, for your comments as well. I would challenge us to look at different pockets of this budget as well in terms of where exactly to cut. I think we're being very microscopic at this certain part of the budget. We have to do that in very different parts of the budget as well. And I'll be making motions later in this meeting as well in terms of our special events to make cuts that are almost equivalent to the amount that we're talking about here. So I just challenge us to be also looking at different parts of the budget in terms of how specific we are as we are in this certain item. I do want to go to roll call vote, unless there's, okay, we'll go with Councilor Martinez-Rubin first.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think as leaders, we also have the responsibility, to be responsive to our constituents who would like to see us bring back resources. But I think it is a bit arrogant to consider that we are, any one of us, are the key holder of information that would not otherwise be obtained in an alternative way. And that's what I'm hearing. And I don't think it is irresponsible. I actually think it's quite responsible to use the funds that are reasonable for regional and in-state travel, and bring back resources, again, being selective and using the smarts that we have about which events would yield the most to our constituents. And we set aside our own interests in wanting to go to particular events because we believe they are a necessity for our professional growth. So, yep.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm trying to keep track of the numbers here. So we're discussing $60,000 across the council. There was that middle road for 2 council members who were elected to have the 12,000, right? I personally pick and choose the events that I go to, and try to balance it. But I do understand when a topic comes up. I'm just trying to understand, and Mayor, you just mentioned, I really want the 4th of July thing to happen. I do. I get it. I understand that we're underway, but with the 4th of July now, I'm okay saying, hey, no, we need to keep our staff trained if that means 4th of July goes away. I'm okay saying that. And I'm going to say why. The stagnation of this city has become evident over the 2 terms that I've been here. Only recently, in the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen an acceleration of professionals coming on board who are critically looking at this city and its growth. And I appreciate Councilmember Murphy for the cannabis tax because it's adding a different dimension of revenue, which our city manager is very qualified to do, and looking at that revenue. I'm okay balancing with some of the events that we have if that's the priority for staff. I just question, did staff, and I mean this is something with the 7 versions, did somebody cut something that they were cutting and then kept the budget to the last moment, and then if we give the budget back, would they refill something else and not do the training? If that was priority number 3. Does that make sense? Like, can we allocate that training and make sure that staff knows that, look, we do want to keep that investment, even if it means something's got to go? I'm okay with that. We didn't have 4th of July back even when we paid half of it, right? I mean, it just didn't happen, right? We had the drone show, which was a hit. We're potentially having a drone show. I think it's happening again this year. But I mean, there's ways for us to start investing in what is really needed. I feel that that motion might be coming after we approve this one, just from the sound of the way this conversation has been going. And I'm okay with being supportive of that. I'm not sure if, and I feel like it's left to each council member to make the decision on what they value, and whether they're going to use that budget or not. But I do want to make those adjustments, and if that motion isn't there, I'll make it. So I feel like that training has to be there because that's part of the reason why we're in the situation that we're in over the last couple of years. So
Thank you. We went one round for discussion. I'd love to just go to City Clerk Bill for a roll call vote.
Council members Toms?
No.
Murphy?
Yes.
Martinez Rubin? No. Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Murphy, you mentioned one other motion.
I did, and I mean, at this point, I know that the budget's going to come back to us, so we're going to see some of this at the June 17th meeting. Is that correct, Director Guillory? The impact of today's motions?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm okay with waiting until that meeting to make the next motion.
Okay.
But that's for adoption, that's to adopt the budget at that point. So
right, but we can
wouldn't
edit it.
make it in.
Or, oh, you all are not anticipating meeting having a special meeting the last week of June like we've done in the past?
No, we
Okay.
weren't planning for that.
Okay.
But I mean, if that's.
Well, the reason I asked is because even I mean the process is a little different this year, right? We the finance subcommittee saw the budget once. Usually they see it at least twice. I think the planning commission meeting was canceled for the CIP. Is that correct? This month? Last month? It's next week. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so it's a little. It was just a little different. I didn't know if we had another. So we only have one more meeting to adopt the budget.
Yes.
And then, but we can make amendments to that budget at the adoption of the budget as well, right?
Give direction to do.
Yeah.
So, correct.
Okay. And I'm okay with sharing with the council. I just wanted to understand the process a little bit more from you all's point of view.
And just to clarify, so the item will come forward on the next meeting for adoption.
Yeah.
There can be some discussion. There can be tweaks, but it will need to be adopted at that meeting.
Right.
So the changes will need to be incorporated into that final budget
Right,
at
right.
the meeting, our next meeting.
Gotcha. And so I just wanted to share this because Mayor Pro Tem, you just mentioned this about the 4th of July. I'm being very transparent. My third motion was going to be to remove the 4th of July celebration from the list of city-sponsored events. But in proposing also this additional direction around the feasibility of a commercial cannabis tax or permitting program, so the way I'm seeing it is twofold. We still have not amended our reserve policy. So amongst that approval of that reserve policy, we essentially will have $2.4 million to decide what to do with. At this point, staff's recommendation with that money is to use all of that money for Section 115 trust. There is a consideration from the council's perspective that could say instead of using 2.4, we use 2.3, and then fully fund staff training back and still have money for this 4th of July celebration that some of us want, and some of us are like, we are okay with that, not having it. Is that correct, Director Guillory?
That's a one-time, that would be considered a one-time
One-time.
source of funding. So as City Manager Young mentioned, next year, we would
Without
have
additional
to
revenue.
address that, right?
Right.
As an additional expense, because that's one-time funding.
Right. But next year we're having to, you all keep saying that, and I get that. Next year we're going to have to address a deficit anyway. We've been in the same conversation for the last 2 years, which is because we have a 10-year plan, we're seeing a deficit arise in our budget. Expenditures are higher than our revenue intake unless we keep adding revenue into our city. Is that correct?
So possibly, but we have to remember that the last forecast is a little outdated. It didn't have Measure I in there,
Right.
for example, right? So
Yeah.
the situation has changed a bit.
A lot of
So we
it.
can't say right now that, yes, we're going to start with the deficit next year because we don't know that at this point.
Right.
Because we
The
fixed,
uncertainty.
yeah, we did start this year,
Right.
or the upcoming fiscal year with the deficit, that has been fixed, right? That shortfall has been fixed, basically with the Measure I funds that we have, which is why we
For
have a
1 year.
balanced budget.
For 1 year, not for long term.
Well, no, we don't know that just yet. We can't speak to the following year. You're saying after fiscal year 2025, 26, we haven't done the long-term forecasting on that yet to account for how circumstances.
$1.5 million over. I mean, it was increasing.
Right, but the assumptions were very different then,
Okay.
too.
Okay. I don't see that changing. I mean, again, and also,
And that's possible.
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
And that's what
There's
I
lots
think-
of uncertainty that we're working with, right? So we
Yeah.
don't, but I'm hesitant to just say, yes,
Just say
we're
yes,
going to
and I
start with this
appreciate-
significant deficit next, in the following year.
Yeah, and to be clear, Director Guillory, I don't want you to say anything that you don't feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
What I'm bringing it back to is, as council, we have to consider multiple options. And what we've seen and what information we received in the past has determined that we run at a deficit. And because we're also seeing increased costs, including our retirement benefits, right, our retirement liabilities, those are not decreasing, they've been increasing. I mean, this year we've had a big surprise for all of us.
Yeah.
So one can only interpret based on what's being said at the national level, based on what we're seeing at the local level, based on what we've seen in a 10-year forecast based on the reality that staffing cost increase and we haven't, outside of Measure I, passed a revenue source. I'll let people believe what they believe based on what I just said, is what I'm saying. So I'm just going back to Mayor Pro Tem, what you said. I'm okay with reluctantly continuing this 4th of July celebration. I do think it is a heavy, from my perspective, I think it's a heavy cost to our city. I also heard 3,000 people attended. That made it really challenging to really push against that. I do think that money is better used in other areas, including staff travel and training, including, a very light $10,000 at most program for Veterans Day. I'm personally, I'm a firm believer that the 4th of July is truly not necessarily a day of the year for all of us, but I'm open to conversation, and I just wanted to note that to you all.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation, and yes, all of that.
Sorry.
No, thank you. I believe that regardless of the moving pieces, I think $70,000 for that drone show event is we just spoke about the possibility of regionally sharing resources. I would not be in favor of moving forward with the July 4th event for July 4th, 2026, and so on and so forth for years to come. So I'm going to move that we, for this fiscal year 25-26 budget, that we remove the July 4th event from special events and instead include a Veterans Day event, and for staff to come back with an approximation for the cost for that event not to exceed $5,000.
Can I get clarification? Is that we're working on the 25-26 fiscal year budget. Removing this for July 4th, 2026 is not this budget, it's the following budget.
It would be reflected in this budget
because it's paid. It would be paid in this upcoming
In this budget,
fiscal year.
okay.
Gotcha. There's a second.
Though, I went through that too.
Yeah.
There's a second to the motion. City Clerk Bill, did you capture all of what was mentioned?
If you could repeat it, that'd be helpful.
Yes, I'm going to move that for the fiscal year 25-26 budget, that we remove the July 4th event from special events and instead include a Veterans Day event, and for staff to come back with an approximation for that event, cash value not to exceed $5,000. Councilmember Murphy, you said.
Oh, that's the second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, you can take the second. It doesn't matter.
No, that's all right.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
Would you consider an amendment to your motion? I think, we're getting, fear is not the word, but July 4th event at $55,000. That's because we went to a drone show. But in other, at other years, we've talked about having a 4th of July event, but just not, I would suggest even half that budget for a July 4th event, which requires a redesign, but it still could be an event that doesn't require a drone show. People like the gathering. People like that the day is some people that the day is honored. So not entirely doing away with it, but just reducing the amount of it.
Respectfully, I wouldn't accept the motion. I wouldn't want residents to pick and choose between, I think, a Pinole event and maybe a regional event in Richmond or Hercules. So I would want to keep my motion just the same. All right, any other discussion from the council? If no discussion, City Clerk Bill, please call roll.
Council members Toms,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Reluctant, yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other motions from the council?
That was fine.
Move to insert or integrate among special events a Veterans Day and flag retirement ceremony with an allotment of $8,000.
And is that to amend? So my motion that was just passed was for staff to come back with the Veterans Day event, not to $65,000. So you're asking for a $3,000 increase to that, or?
Yes.
You're asking for a $3,000 increase. Would you mind restating your motion for us and for City Clerk and public?
Integrate in the special events listing that a Veterans Day and flag retirement ceremony with an allotment of $8,000.
Gotcha. Is there a second before we go into discussion on that? If no second, I think the reason why I asked for an approximation from staff is because I think 5,000 or maybe 8,000 is still an arbitrary number. I would love to see what's included in that. So maybe staff can just come back with an approximation for that event, and then we can proceed from there. Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Any other motions from council?
Can I ask a question? So, money-wise, what was it was a $63,000 gap for training. Did that include the council budget as well?
No.
Okay, so there's still
50,000.
50,000 or so in there that's needed in order to keep those motions accurate.
60.
Funded. 60. Okay, so that we can say that comfortably staff will have a training budget based on the cut for 4th of July.
I think we would need to hear a motion defining exactly where that budget was going, but potentially.
Okay. I thought that was in the motion.
What do you mean, City Manager Young?
So what I just heard, and please correct me if anybody heard differently, but what I just heard is we cut the 4th of July event, but there wasn't a motion in that of where those funds were specifically going.
Oh, you just want us to move that money be expended to the staff, to replace the staff travel budgets?
That would be great, if that's the direction of council.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Council members Toms,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tate.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other motions?
And so just to clarify, Director Guillory, the $60,000 for council training, at this point, would staff recommend a motion on where to pull that, or where would you pull that from?
We would recommend a motion from council, whether it be from the reserve or OPEB or whatever other area.
Pulling it from OPEB? Is that possible?
Well, from the transfer that we would be bringing to the 115 Trust.
From the transfer?
The 2.4 million.
Yes.
So the reserve?
Yes.
The amount that would be pulling from the reserve and moving to the 115 Trust.
Okay, sorry, the OPEB threw me off. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Okay, so you need a motion. So that's moved. So the 60,000 would just come from our reserve fund.
It's actually the delta of 60,000 minus the 21,250. Is that right?
So it's 38,750 would be
38,000.
additional amount needed.
Okay. And so moved on that item. Because I'm unclear what you all are saying. You're saying 38,000 is the delta of the change?
Yes.
Gotcha.
This was already.
Already budgeted, perfect,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So you'll pull so move that we'll pull the rest from the reserve, which is the 38,000, approximately 38,000.
Can you please restate the motion? Pull from what?
So at this point, there was some confusion. My motion is to direct staff to utilize approximately 38,000 up to 39,000, I guess, dollars from our reserve for our council travel and training budget.
All right, and there was a second to the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion? No discussion. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Council members Toms,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Martinez Rubin.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'll need a motion to extend the meeting. If anyone would like to.
So moved.
To what?
11:45?
Second. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Council members Toms, Murphy.
Yes.
Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Carries.
All right. Any other discussion on this item or motions? If not, that will conclude that item, and we will now move on to our next item. Thank you, Director Guillory. And yes,
Can I ask a question about the next item? Can we inquire with staff, has anything changed since the last? I'm just looking at 11:15, that's going to be a very fast presentation, and in the interest of time, just trying to understand if it's the same, or can we just highlight the changes that were there, and then work through this a little bit quicker, especially since it's almost 11:4, it's going to be 11:45.
I'd like to take the presentation and trust that it will be done in a succinct,
Okay,
succinct way.
okay, I'm just saying that in the interest of
appreciate
time,
it.
if nothing's changed, and council members have no feelings one way or the other about the projects, that maybe we just move this one to the next meeting.
Director Elguindi, well, first off, good evening, welcome. Yes. Is the presentation more or less the same as the first iteration? Mike.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I was going to actually go through the presentation relatively quickly, but I could also just mention the change from the last meeting to today, out of respect of your time. There were no recommendations of changes in the council meeting last time on May 13th. However, the change that staff made was for the San Pablo Avenue bridge replacement because through our coordination with WICTAC, which was approved by the board on May 23rd, we were able to make adjustments to the agreement that would allow us flexibility to use the STMP grant fund into to replace our local match. So I reduced the local match from 240,000 to only 100,000 from the Measure S still. And this is really just to have cash flow because we have to pay the consultants until we seek the reimbursements. But at the end of the day, the STMP funds will fully replace the local match, the 241,000. That's the only change that's in the presentation.
Can you please clarify that? Which project are we talking about here?
So
Number.
I will get to the number. That is project number RO1710.
And what's the title of the project?
The San Pablo Avenue Bridge
Gotcha.
over the railroad, the bridge replacement.
Thank you. And that's the only change from the last iteration of the CIP?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Go to council for questions. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, just a quick question. It was kind of the same I had for Director Guillory around the funding overview. I noticed that we do kind of the allocations around Measure S, but I wasn't sure about the Measure I. Where does Measure I show up in the CIP in terms of funding for the projects?
The Measure I is not assumed for fiscal year 25-26. However, it's assumed in the following 4 years as to be utilized for payments towards the debt financing.
Mm-hmm. So the road rehabilitation program that we're starting or that is listed out in the budget, how does that equate? I mean, where is that equivalent to how it should show up in the CIP?
So it's the debt financing is only assumed in the pavement rehabilitation project.
Okay.
And it's assumed in fiscal year 26-27 through 29-30 for an amount of 4 million in 26-27, 4 million in 27-28, and then 2 million 750 in the following year, and then 2 million 250 in the following year.
Okay.
That's the debt financing amount, and Measure I is being assumed to be utilized to pay towards the debt financing.
Gotcha. We're making some more assumptions. Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. I just got to keep those. We got to write these things down. This is a lot of assumptions in our budget process this year, which is okay, but just want to make sure to note that. Thank you.
Yes, but other than that, in the summary table, for example, at the end of the presentation,
Yep.
the very last slide, if we can go to that one, please. You will notice that there is no Measure I mentioned in the list. There is Measure S from 2006 and 2014, but not Measure I.
Gotcha. So next year when you come back, you're going to present a CIP with Measure I essentially in it? Or
we will
perhaps-
have a better idea on the actual funding that would be collected and what we can afford, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then my other question was, in terms of the street projects for, I think it was a crosswalk at Tennant Avenue and Prune. Is that a project where we're going to do any studies this year about, or this next fiscal year? I thought we had to do like a traffic study before we did a crosswalk there. It's project RO 2404, 568 of 764 of the agenda packet.
Because there are two tenant projects, I
Yep.
apologize.
No worries, don't worry.
For that one, we moved it to year 26, 27.
Okay.
And what's being assumed there is for the analysis. It's only 50,000 for the review.
And we're doing the analysis in 26, 27, or we're doing the analysis in 25, 26?
No, in 26, 27,
Okay.
unless you direct us otherwise.
Okay. Well,
Unless you consider it a priority and we can review it sooner.
Gotcha. It seemed like the last time we talked about this, you gave us your priorities, and you felt like based on that, you can get all those things done.
Yes,
From last-
excluding this,
Well,
because,
yeah, for sure. So I don't want to change that up. I just wanted clarification on when that study was getting done.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Toms for questions.
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, no questions. I do have one question. So Appian Way Complete Streets is one project I've been taking a closer look at. I know it's funded in fiscal year 26-27 out of SIM fees that we have collected from WICTAC. Is that correct?
I apologize, which project?
This
again?
is IN 2105 Appian Way Complete Streets.
Oh, the Appian Way Complete Streets, which we pushed to 26, 27. I'm sorry, I'm a bit exhausted. So what's the question?
You're okay. The question is, it's budget for 26-27 from SIM fees. Have we collected those fees? And if so, what is the funding agreement or the duration of which that has to be expended?
No, we have not collected the STMP funds, and that's on a reimbursement basis. However, this particular project is not moving very fast.
Gotcha. And is there any particular reason why?
Because it hasn't been a priority. It's been on the books for some time. And again, unless you direct us otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you. There's another project on the CIP, at least on the unfunded portion of the CIP, and that is the other Complete Streets project, which is the San Pablo Avenue Complete Streets project. So that's the one that I think similarly might be funded through STEM fees from WICTAC as well.
Yes, and for San Pablo, because the plan under the pavement rehabilitation projects, the annual, to start with Pinole Valley Road in 25-26, in addition to a few small streets. The following year, we would continue with the rest of the corridor. Pinole Valley Road is 2.8 miles, so we'll do as much as we can. But as if it continues, Tennant is another 0.8 miles. And we would like to establish this as a complete streets with bike and pedestrian facilities through the city. But San Pablo would come afterwards. And we will also look at it in terms of a complete street project.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully we would be done with the bridge project by that time, and we can revamp San Pablo.
Mm-hmm. And you're referencing a different project in the CIP for those improvements?
Yes.
Gotcha. Which one is that?
Because of the San Pablo Bridge, it will involve quite a bit of construction-related traffic and truck traffic, and possibly traffic diversion. So ideally, we would work on the improvements along San Pablo following that project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions from the council before we move forward? We'll take public comment, please.
We do have an online comment. Anthony Vosbrink, go ahead.
I'll withhold comment. I'll withhold comment for later public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Bill, any other comments?
No other comments.
All right. Back to council for any other comments.
Thank you for your work and for your patience with us.
Oh, no, not a problem. If I may, thank you very much for approving the associate engineer position in the last meeting. We greatly appreciate it. It will make a significant difference for our team. And thank you for the approval of the vehicle impact fees today as well. So appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. No other comments, any motions?
You get to move to adjourn.
Do we need a motion to just keep it the way it is for the final proposed, or?
It's coming back on June 17th, and my understanding that there are no changes, or?
That's correct.
Okay, then yes.
All right.
No need for
Thank you.
a motion.
That being said, we'll end that item, and we will move to item 13, citizens to be heard. We're not at adjournment just yet. This is for folks who have not commented the first, citizens to be heard.
Go ahead, Mr. Vosbrink.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to address this to the few questions to the city manager, public works director, park and rec director, city council, and mayor. A few times in the past 3 or 4 months, it's been brought up that the tennis courts, which is a park maintenance thing, with the back end of the tennis courts, they need to be tidied up. You know, we've got bushes and trees growing through the chain link fence there, protruding into the side walls of the tennis courts. And it was brought up before for regular maintenance, and no one's done anything or lifted a finger on that. They cut some weeds down the other day and left the other week and left them all on the side of the tennis courts, but not the inside bushes and trees, nor did they do anything to notify us what's happening with the 2 outdoor public bathrooms that are attached to the outer perimeter that the people in the tennis courts and that area rely on when the library hours aren't open. They should post a sign. The city should let the public know what's being done to replace or fix those bathroom doors there. Gretchen Moriarty Memorial Tennis Court, the poor past mayor and city councilwoman is probably rolling over in her grave. With that being said, also there's continued vandalism going on the fencing around the outer perimeter, front perimeter, by the bus stop in front of the library. This was brought up to Devin Murphy once or twice, and he said he would look into it. I suggested they contact the Pinole Valley principal as well as the head librarian. I had it fixed 2 or 3 times, and some perpetrator vandal has come back and cut up the fence again, the black chain link fence bordering the crosswalk and the bus stop and the library there, next to the car show sign now, but nobody seems to care about that. Also, what's going on with the renovation of the Adobe Road trail behind the caretaker's house and dog park? That was supposed to have been brought up, but the city just ignores it. There's 2 dead trees hanging down in that trail, big ones that are a fire hazard, and the city has dumped 1 or 2 dumps of asphalt and old concrete back there from street renovations. So they're not fixing it or renovating it, they're just continuing to destroy it. Also along the city roads, the Pinole Valley Road and San Pablo Avenue specifically, we have still over a dozen continued streetlight outages that need just light bulb repairs. We don't need a massive program or a grant to change a dozen or a dozen and a half light bulbs if you were doing your job, as well as replacing some of the yellow reflectors and traffic calming signs that have been knocked down over the last several months, if not the last few years, on those medial arterial strips on San Pablo Avenue and Pinole
Sir,
Valley
you have 30
Road.
seconds.
Yeah. Also, what is the story with the meetings with the cop or meetings with the city manager or the city? Have you canceled those, like you canceled TAPS meetings and other meetings with the general public? People went to the Starbucks meeting at Fitzgerald Drive last month, and there was no sign there that the meeting was canceled because the coffee shop
City Clerk,
wouldn't let
double
people
checking
in
that
for 3 days.
the time is expired.
CCTV, can you mute the audio, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, any other public comments?
That concludes the public comment.
Okay, with that being said,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I make a comment before you adjourn?
Is it regarding adjournment?
It's very quick. Today marks 37 years since Amber Schwartz was taken from her home, and I just wanted to recognize that.
Thank you. With that being said, that'll conclude tonight, and we will adjourn the meeting to the regular City Council meeting of June 17th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Have a good evening.